So let's read what this person in 2017 had to say about the disability rights movement must be pro-choice. The hardest thing about the current framing of the abortion debate for disability justice advocates is that it forces us to choose between two of our core convictions: inherent human worth and bodily autonomy. As a disabled person, an asexual non-binary person who was assigned female at birth, and an activist, I hate the ideas and circumstances that put these principles in opposition to each other. Still, the choice is easy for me to make. My nearly absolute belief in bodily autonomy means nothing if I support forcing a person to remain pregnant and give birth against their will for any reason because of my own opposition to eugenics. There's no question that I, as an autistic person with a cleft lip and palate, among other disabilities, am among the types of disabled people impacted by what's often referred to as disability selective abortion. There are ongoing attempts to find a cure for autism, in large part through genetic research, because the same kind of pervasive ableism that has led potential parents to abort over 90% of fetuses diagnosed with Down syndrome, as well as widely held and specifically anti-autistic beliefs. Any success in this research will likely result in a significant decrease in the autistic population. Meanwhile, abortions on the basis of cleft lip and palate are already legal and ongoing, however controversial they may be. But I also note that the same ableism that has justified historical and ongoing attempts to outright eliminate disabled people has even more often led to violently imposed restrictions on our autonomy. The same conditions that have led me to strongly oppose eugenics have also served as a justification for involuntary surgery and medication. On a broader basis, non-disabled policymakers, doctors, educators, and family members have segregated disabled people in institutional settings, tied or held our bodies down to floors and furniture, electrically shocked us, and involuntarily sterilized us. And that's a very incomplete list. A lot of this has been, or continues to be, done supposedly for our own good, or for the good of society, or some mix of both. Because the disability community knows the cost of medical coercion, we shouldn't support, much less work toward, any restriction on reproductive freedom in the name of opposing eugenics, nor should we allow ourselves to be used by anyone who would. The resolve opening the door to such restrictions will necessarily be more people being forced to be pregnant and give birth against their will. Even the endpoint many anti-abortionists have, that pregnancy is and should be a consequence of having sex, fails to support this outcome, because in most other contexts, a person doesn't lose their bodily autonomy by making a mistake no matter how serious it is. For instance, the law doesn't force a person who causes a serious and easily preventable car accident to donate blood or organs to save the lives of the other driver or any passengers, nor are any significant number of people advocating that it should be able to. For that matter, doctors cannot even harvest the organs from dead bodies if the person refused consent to it while alive. Treating living, conscious pregnant people as having fewer rights than either potential people who haven't yet developed awareness of their own existence or people who have already died is unsettlingly close to, and no more acceptable than, denying disabled people our bodily autonomy in the interest of some abstract greater good. My opposition to eugenics comes as much from the coercion and violence with which it's been carried out as from the underlying belief that disabled lives aren't living. Legal or other limits on disability selective abortion cannot and will not meaningfully address underlying systemic problems such as poverty and structural ableism in healthcare, education, and employment that have perpetuated that belief, and in doing so pitted disability and reproductive justice against each other in the first place. Their only purpose and effect will be to serve as a first step towards greater and more general restrictions on abortion and other forms of reproductive freedom. taking time and energy away from advocacy that would actually improve the quality of our lives just to increase our numbers at the cost of many people's bodily autonomy turns my understanding of disability justice on its head. We would do much better to focus on making changes that would address the legitimate concerns and limitations of many prospective parents of disabled kids, and that disability rights activists should have been working towards for decades. Already, because of the advocacy of disabled people and our allies, non-disabled people of childbearing age have almost certainly met, gone to school with, or worked with people with disabilities throughout their lives. Therefore, whether they know it or not, they will likely be working off a very different idea about the kind of life that someone with a disability can lead than their parents had at their age. My guess is that every one of us in the disability community wants to make sure the same thing can be said for those children 30 years from now, whether they're disabled or not. The best, if not the only way to do so, is to focus on fighting for the disabled people alive right now. Our inherent worth, our well-being, and our autonomy. Sorry, I got kind of emotional at the end there. As a disabled person who has disabled lovers and friends, this is very important to me as well. And I never thought about how, or I haven't until recently thought about just how much the existence of disabled people is used by people to platform eugenics. It's fucking gross. Good morning, or perhaps good evening, everybody. It is I, your master of ceremonies, Drizzle. I hope you're well, and if you're not, I hope this can help. And if not, I hope I'm at least a distraction. Guess who's been up since 5 a.m.? Our body, not me. I've only been fronting for like 4 hours. Maybe 5? Something like that. Thorn finished a presentation for me and did a lot of great heavy lifting. I really appreciate that, Faye. She is very, very good. Today is Cuteness Class 3, and also Chicory, which I haven't played in like a year. Though we really need to finish for an essay, but also I do think should align theme-wise, or at least aesthetic-wise, with some of the stuff we'll be talking about today. Let's see. There's some music. Okay. It's okay, it's okay. We did get a decent amount of sleep. We were trying to work through the night, but that didn't work out too well. But we had took like 3 naps yesterday while working, which is part of the reason I didn't finish. Also, just because sometimes when you have like ADHD and autism, like even when you like want to do something, you also don't want to do something. So like I was kind of caught in between that. And my friend Hana was having a really great stream that was really entertaining, and it was really hard for me to pull myself away. And I decided not to pull myself away and work at the same time. And then my brain was just too focused on the stream to do that. And it's always weird when you're trying to work on content stuff and then other content creators are like making stuff you want to watch, even if they aren't someone I know personally. And it's just like, it almost feels like getting high off your own supply. But yeah, that's well, I guess technically stream is so late because we're perfectionists, and there's like a certain amount of like stuff we put into the cuteness course that I didn't want to diminish, and it actually took like 2, maybe 3 hours to like add like stylistic touches as well as making a thumbnail. And although we don't technically have to work so hard on our thumbnails because of the fact that like the thumbnails we use, we like cut half of off for this stream. But then the thing is, when we upload the full version, when we upload the edited version of just the class, we will be using the whole thingy. So it's nice to have those thumbnails made ahead of time. You don't want to dive back in just to do that. We have a very specific way we do things, and we hate breaking that schedule, rhythm, whatever. Yeah, the last minute crunch. Exactly. Anywho, if you're new here, I am Fluffbite, or I am one of the Fluffbites. I belong to the Fluffbite Entertainment System. We're a system of plural streamers. We all share a body, and we all have separate sonas, and we use our voice acting talent to make it clear the differences between us, even more than you might see already. We really value being individuals, and our content is heavily focused on media analysis, leftism, mental health, and sets positive, kink positive discourse, and queer stuff. We hope you have a good time, and that you can learn something today. We always enjoy being multifaceted. There's a lot of streamers, especially VTubers, who are like, I want to distract you from the world because I'm cute and I play games and I'm entertaining. And I am cute and I am entertaining. But if you watch our streams, you won't necessarily always be distracted from the world. Maybe you'll be distracted from your private problems, but sometimes serious topics do come up. And for all the cuteness exams, it's not an exam. For all the cuteness classes, tough shit will come up. Always does. Every single time. Without fail. Horror adorable. But just like every other time, we will start with voice training. Or voice practice, rather. So, especially as a voice actor in a system with folks with high and low voices, we have a particular need to practice high and low voices, whereas some people, especially trans folks who would do the same thing we do, will only train high or only train low. So it also helps that we want to provide the service to our audience and that we do high and low voices, so that regardless of your gender, your presentation, or whatever, you can either do what we do and do highs and lows, so that you never go so one direction with your range that you make it harder to ever go the opposite way. But also, in case you do, say, only want to practice low registers, you can just practice low registers instead of high ones, and vice versa. So those are the reasons that we do it both ways, both personally and metatextually, I suppose. I hope everyone's having a good one. Thanks for being here. I guess I'll do 5 times each way. 5 up, 5 down. I always say up as a rhythmic, personalized way of training our voice. I usually go up, 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 up. But you can use any word. I think one-syllable words are best. At least, I'm guessing that they're best. I am not an expert. Also, what else? Oh, also, you don't even need to use words to do it. We used to use a straw and blow and make our octave go higher. However, and though that is a useful technique, we find it a lot easier to track where our voice is by not doing that. You don't even necessarily have to do a straw. You could just blow and keep track of your your throat feel. Though I would say you should definitely still try to keep track of your throat feel while doing this, because when you find the voice that you want to train specifically for, or you find a target voice you would like to practice for, even if it's not a voice you would use most consistently, it's good to have the physical cues on how to perform that voice on top of how it sounds to your ears. Extra cues are helpful. For us, it's especially helpful because as a system, having a different throat feel for different headmates' voice helps us stabilize our identity and who's fronting. Because I know that I'm using my voice right now. Because there's so many of us, there is voice overlap, obviously. For example, me and Thorn use a very similar voice. I guess Fear tries to have Faye's voice be a little bit more breathy than mine. Fear will usually be a little bit more gravelly, but it's still in the same place, you know? That all being said, let's go up and down. Oh, make sure you have water on hand. Although I am using very cold water because my water's been in the fridge, it is best to use water that is room temperature. Five up, five down. Up, 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 up. You know you've hit your highest register or approaching it when you have a squeak. I can go higher than this though. Up, 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 up. But if you hear that crack, you can tell that I am hitting my upper range. Anything else or any higher will put a strain on my throat. So you want to avoid that. If you would like to have a voice that's higher than your highest register, just like a muscle, because your throat is a muscle, you can practice slowly. So hit your highest register or just below it, and every time try to go a little bit higher, incrementally. That's the word I wanted to use before. Incrementally up. I need to remember that I can go this high up when I want to do voice acting of different voices, because I usually go into a more comfortable range, but if I want to have a more dynamic voice, I should probably try that too. Also remember that your octave isn't the only thing that changes your voice. If you want to have a higher voice, you want to talk with your nose. But also, if you have a more breathy voice, you'll sound a little bit more... I don't know what word I want to use here. I mean, I know a lot of people would say sexy, but I think that there's other words to use there. But it's more sensual, if you get my drift. Alright, so now we're gonna go back down. Up, 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 and on the lower registers, you will notice when you hit your limits, it will sound more croaky. I am over accentuating the croak so you can hear it better. Same thing applies. If you want to go lower than this, you should incrementally try to go just below your croaking voice and just train it over time. We have only been doing voice training on stream once a week, but if you want better results, you should probably try practicing way more often. Maybe once a day, maybe several times a week. We have off and on done this for years. So it's not as imperative for us because we're used to it. Excuse me. Back up, 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 like magic. Up, 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 up. Oh, I just noticed. up, 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 up. The music wasn't showing where, on screen it's playing. Always hard to remember, because we barely ever restart our computer, and that's what causes us to need to reapply it. Up, up, rock, water, plant building. Sorry, rock, water, plant building. Up, 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 up. That's 2 times up, and once down, so down again. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. That's 2. Up, 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 up. It's also useful to, say some words, which is why I say a few sentences every time I get to the top or the bottom. Bottom. Because it is useful to know what it feels like to continue talking. It's kind of like, it's one thing to measure your speed by doing a sprint, but completely different by jogging and seeing how long you can maintain a certain speed. Up, 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 up. Also remember, you don't have to go by the same increments as me. I think this last time I actually went like the equivalent of jumping 2 stairs a step. I'm gonna try to do the increments a little bit more. Up, 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 up. Yeah, baby. Up, 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 up. Remember to drink your Wawa. Cold. Up, 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 uppies, up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. I kinda lost count. Up, 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 up. Okay, I'm not at the crackle voice sound. I'm a little bit higher than I am usually. So I am actually going to go down just a tad bit to readjust to where I'm usually at. So now I will be done. If you want to continue practicing, feel free. Up. Ah. Well, I hope I'm not giving you too much of a yawn attack. Up, up, up. I'm pretty sure it's this music, though. This music is definitely making me a little bit yawny. Good thing I'm done with that shit. Okay. Let's see here. Nope, not that. What the fudgies? Alright, the presentation. I was like, what the fuck am I looking for? Alright. Oh, I should totally get a sound cue for like a bell ringing. Also, there's another thing I want to get. Give me a second. Okay. That's for later. Alright. Class is now in session. Who am I? Drizzle. Silly. I use they, she, they, and it pronouns. I'm a baby fur, non-binary, black VTuber who's part of a plural system. These all affect why I felt the need to, I suppose, train myself in cuteness, so to speak. VTubers in particular are very good at, I guess, profiting from being cute, but generally, even those who are a little bit more masculine or are not about the whole kawaii aesthetic still do lots of cute things, and there's a lot of conventions that are very typical for VTubers that a lot of people emulate, including us. Baby furs, as an age player, I definitely like to be cute, both for my own self-expression and because I like to endear myself to others. I like people to think of me as cute because it's nice and comforting. Being non-binary means that I couldn't just rely on what is normal gender conventions of like cuteness or coolness when deciding how I wanted to present myself, unless it was in the realm of just, what's the word, trying to pass more. And if you're not already aware, folks who are non-binary don't generally have a culturally typical form of passing. You generally are gonna fall into one of two camps, masculine or feminine, at least in terms of how other people see you. Although lots of non-binary people, myself included, sometimes do get gender euphoria when people are just confused. But my point is that there are a lot of conventions that I had to come up with for myself because of my gender. Not to say that if you're binary that you can't come up with your own conventions of your gender. Everyone does their gender a little bit differently than anyone else. You're your own unique snowflake. But it was a lot more of an imperative for me. As a black person in society, a lot of people seem to project on us or project on black folks more masculinity than they would most of our other lighter melanin counterparts, I suppose. And so to be seen as feminine or cute in society, I have to work a lot harder than a lot of people with most of our same physical attributes that are not black. So it's always on our mind how we portray ourselves. And of course, being a member of a plural system means there's a lot of different selves that express themselves differently. And me wanting to be separate from them also made me have to accept that things that I saw as unique to me in cuteness might also apply to my headmates, and that pushed me to want to define my own style in and outside of cuteness even more so. Trigger warnings for today: abuse, depression, animal abuse, systemic trauma. This one's gonna be a doozy. This class is for anyone who wants to be more cute, whether that be aesthetically or behaviorally. Gender does not matter. This is not a self-help course, or at least that's not the intent. I am not a guru or an expert. This class is taught from a perspective of lived experience and research. This class is not an end-all be-all. I encourage you to take what you think is useful and leave the rest. Cuteness Class 3. Passive Cuteness. Autonomy, helplessness, consent, and being cared for. You're welcome for the trigger warnings. I think it is only fair, especially since these tend to get pretty deep. Is that literally a fucking plane? Fucking planes. I don't even live close to an airport. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. No Donnie Darko. No Donnie Darko today. Cute review. We've talked about how to believe oneself is cute. We've talked about how to believe oneself is cute takes confidence and a willingness to take others' perspective into account when assessing the self. We've talked about how cuteness can be infantilizing because of its origins, and touched upon the gender conventions the people who are commonly attributed it as cute face. Today we'll talk about how to combat the tendency for cute to be infantilized in oneself and in others. Now, we'll talk about more than that too, but I think this was something that was relevant to the review because it is going to be calling back, that part is going to be calling back to earlier lessons. The burden of the cute. Although there are many different kinds of cute, and one need not be cute in the most classic form, many people who strive to be cute, and even more so people who are seen as cute without much effort, will eventually face the tendency to be assumed to have certain weaknesses or attributes. When I say people who are thought of as cute without much effort, or I suppose assigned cute, I am thinking of people who are particularly petite, people who have naturally high voices, and people who have a lot of feminine features. Anything that in society would normally put someone into a category where someone would want to protect them, even if they're an adult. Cuteness is assumed to be what? Although you don't have to be feminine to be cute, if you are cute or working on it, it is likely you will be regularly assumed to be physically or emotionally weak. Sorry. Physically or emotionally weak, easily shaken by horror, gore, and vulgarity, prefer others to take charge or navigate situations for you, are submissive in and outside of relationships, are avoidant of conflict, are avoidant of dirt, grime, and germs, and are soft-spoken or shy. This is not a black or a white list. I'm sure that there are many other things that people tend to think of when they think of cute people, especially in a snap judgment sort of way. We've known a lot of people who have attributes that they weren't trying to be cute with, but are seen as cute. And I think that it's very easy, especially right now amongst a lot of queer people and a lot of internet culture, to respond to someone saying they're not cute with, of course you're cute, or to tease them about it. But also try to think of their comfortability with things already. And if they don't scream cute, or you don't already have some sort of some sort of rapport with them and cuteness already, do try to touch base with if the things that you're calling cute are things that they're comfortable with. Because for some people, being called cute can be seen as dismissive. Remember that sometimes when someone says you're cute, they just mean you're attractive. Or they could mean, oh, you're someone who is worth protecting in a sense of, oh, you're so soft. But a lot of times, people might even use cute as a synonym for someone to not take seriously, someone too innocent, someone who should be seen and not heard. I'm sure you've heard the phrase or heard the response to someone saying something that they were serious about with, oh, that's cute, as a way to dismiss them. Keep that in mind. I think, especially in terms of the submissiveness, the wider context, especially in kink-aware conversations, I've seen a lot recently people talking about how people are assigned sub or assumed to be a sub because of a lot of these same attributes. Being submissive and being cute are definitely linked for a lot of people. And so it can be very insulting to be assumed to be submissive because of having these attributes. Or vice versa. You can be soft-spoken, shy, don't like dirt or conflicts, but not be submissive or not see yourself as submissive. For some people, being submissive or being cute is not something that they enjoy. Outside of people who might get dysphoria from being called cute, there are other people who worry that they will be dismissed for being cute. For folks who may be have some experience with gender transition, people who are transitioning into a more mask identity or a more mask expression might see people taking them more seriously the less cute or the less feminine they express themselves or seem. And on the other end, if you are transitioning in a feminine direction, you might notice people taking what you say with more of a grain of salt, not taking you seriously, or talking over you. Does being wet make you cute? It can. I mean, I'm cute and wet, but I'm also a plant. So if I'm dry, then I might die soon. Cuteness assumptions. The truth is, many of these attributes may or may not apply to someone who is cute, and oftentimes these attributes in anyone can stem from a sheltered early life, neurodivergencies like OCD, anxiety, or depression, expectations on who they are allowed to be, especially because of assigned or chosen gender, learned behavior that not avoiding conflict will cause fear, or a history of abuse. I think a sheltered life kind of speaks for itself, but especially with being cautious and shy, having a sheltered early life might mean that you are a little bit scared of new experiences, and that may just read to other people as, oh, they're just being cute and timid, and it may not be their normal state in experiences that they are more used to. With neurodivergencies like OCD, myself being someone with OCD, it's not fun to be called cute because of not wanting to get dirty or feeling like I need to wash my hands enough to bleed. I promise. Depression may make someone more withdrawn or less willing to socially interact. A lot of times, people who have depressive tendencies are even read as introverts. Same thing with anxiety. Actually, our anxiety definitely went up after our gender transition because we were seen as more feminine in society, and part of that was good for us. Part of it was bad in the sense that because of some of those things I already talked about, being taken less seriously, and other things that I haven't mentioned yet, like being scared that I would get hate crimed, or even just as as a femme person to be targeted for harassment. I have been been date rape drugged. Also not fun. Uh, it's it can be a really big fear, and a lot of people take weakness for cuteness, and a lot of people like those things. And there's a lot of romanticization in our society for a lot of things that are mental illnesses and neurodivergencies. Sometimes also from people who have these things. So also think about your own attributes that people read as cute or that you like that get called cute. Recognize that in other people, they might not take these the same way. And also not to define yourself solely one way because of them. We'll get into why that may be a problem later. Expectations on who they're allowed to be because of assigned or chosen gender. Something as simple as, oh, you're femme? You can't be, say, a firefighter or a construction worker. Or, oh, you're femme? You can't be outspoken, you're being a bitch. Are lots of things that might bring conflict to your life that you would rather avoid. Sometimes even gender violence or harassment. And a lot of people don't feel safe to be more masculine, more outspoken, more aggressive because of these things. So also keep those things in mind. Also recognize that if someone seems to be treating you less cute than normal, and you're doing some of these less typified as cute behaviors, this may be why. Learned behavior that's not avoiding conflict will cause fear. This one relates to being a minority, especially being black. I am used to having a lot of control over my emotional state, even in times of crisis. I've called crisis lines not sounding very emotional and not being assumed to be in crisis sometimes. Or I have been insulted in public and a person doesn't know or assume that they've insulted me because I'm speaking calmly. And I guess to talk about some of my history, which unfortunately we will be going into later in this presentation. When I decided to be more aggressive to make folks who are close to me know my needs weren't being met, they took it as aggression. If that was because of being black, I doubt. If that was because of being AMAB, perhaps. If that was because the people I was talking to had a history of abuse, most definitely. So it's not just about people maybe being sexist or racist or ableist. These things are things that autistic people have to deal with as well. People who can't control their voice very well also get assumed to be much more aggressive and violent than they are. Someone may come off as cute because they need to do these things for their safety. And of course, a history of abuse. If you're used to walking on eggshells, then you're gonna walk softly and carry a big carrot. So, especially trying to please people. Oh, and that's something that I almost forgot to add. People-pleasing behavior can also be seen as cute and is also something that is a reflection of learned behavior from avoiding conflict and a history of abuse. Yay. Heck, I think I have done those assumptions about some cute people before. I'm glad that I'm trying to break out of those assumptions of others. I'm glad you are too. Especially when you're trying to get to know people or you don't have a lot of experience with them. It's good to touch base. I think especially if you're in a lot of streams and you're talking to a lot of content creators, especially in live streams, because there are plenty of streamers who do not like to be infantilized or like to be called cute or to be generally, buttered up. because of these things, or because these are sore spots. Because for them, these behaviors have nothing to do with being cute. Not zero sum, but still misguided. You can be cute and have these attributes, even if they stem from things you don't want to associate with your cuteness. But they need not define your cuteness. However, just by exhibiting any number of these, people will likely conflate them with your cuteness. So especially if you're someone who feels themselves as not naturally cute, or has tried explicitly not to be cute in the past and you want to change that, in pursuing cuteness, people are going to treat you differently, both on a one-to-one level and generally in society. Strangers will treat you different. People online will treat you different. Shit, even your friends might treat you different. That may not always be a bad thing. Maybe you seek to be treated differently, but not all of these differences will be wanted, and some may even surprise you. And in terms of maybe trauma that you have or mental illnesses that you're dealing with, even if they overlap with things that you do like to be called cute for, do recognize that there should be a limit. Although obviously you are the one who's supposed to determine your own... obviously you're the one who's supposed to determine your own boundaries. Recognize that even if you are comfortable with people pushing past what for others may be pushing their boundaries, if someone is used to treating you a certain way, but you don't always want to be treated that way, making it known will be necessary. Because however much like a cutie, quote unquote, that they treat you, that's what they're going to be used to treating you like. So sometimes setting a boundary isn't necessarily about this is not okay. Sometimes setting a boundary is about this is not okay right now, or I need you to have the expectation that I won't always allow this. Welcome to Stream Cheese. You're late to class. Take your seat. Cuteness Reclamation. Alternatively, you may want to reclaim things you see as negative or challenging about yourself as cute. This is not uncommon, and is valid. Examples of such things are autistic info dumps and special interests or perceived timidness from sensory sensitivity, taking overt comfort and reliance in trusted loved ones for help, reframing neurodivergencies or disabilities in cute contexts, reframing lack of experience in areas or challenging scenarios into roleplay, or taking comfort or taking comfort in being cared for or protected as a love language. You may ask your friends to do things for you because it makes you feel good to be cared for. It may be something you like just for that, even though you can do it yourself. That's valid. Reframing something you have less experience in as in a roleplay sense, I don't necessarily mean in a kink or fetish sense, although it can include that too. If you were to say not know how to skateboard and you're embarrassed by the fact that you don't know how to skateboard and you're trying to get good at it, when you fall or you're wobbly, you might not go, I suck. You might go, I'm gaining experience. And being nerdy is a form of being cute. So keep that in mind. Reframing neurodivergencies or disabilities in cute contexts is something we do quite often. Although it usually comes from the other end, it's very common, at least in our experience, to find people who say are incontinent who come to age play, especially in terms of the diaper wearing part, as a way to not feel so ashamed about the fact that they can't keep their pants dry. We did not know we were incontinent when we got into age play. And when we started, fetishizing wearing diapers. But it didn't take long for us to see diapers as a comfort object. And it also didn't take long at all for us to feel not always comfortable calling ourselves, a pants wetting baby. And sometimes we don't want to be called that. Sometimes it's just a neutral thing for us. In the same way, like I mentioned anxiety before, there's a lot of people who have a lot of chagrin with folks that use stuff like OCD, anxiety, or schizophrenia as insults or as these kind of hyperbolizing of certain traits that almost anyone can have. If someone says, "Oh, I have OCD," because they want their book collection to be alphabetized, that doesn't necessarily mean they have OCD. And because of the rampant romanticization of lots of mental illnesses in society, it makes sense that a lot of people are angry about it. However, if you have these things, or you think you may have these things, I think that it can be okay to reframe them. Don't go overboard, or try to make sure that when you're applying them to yourself, or that you make it clear that you also know that it's a struggle and not just happy fun time. By the same measure, going back to incontinence, especially since we've been open about the fact that we are incontinent, we have met age players who go, "Oh, so lucky," and it's like, not lucky at all. Please stop doing that. And it felt weird. It felt really weird because at one point we thought we were fetishizing incontinent people by wearing diapers all the time because we didn't need to, we thought. But ironically, we did not want to buy into some of the things we see in the age play community of overly fetishizing, unpotty training, and stuff like that, because we knew how much it sucked to not be able to keep your pants dry, both from partial lived experience and from knowing people who struggled with it. So also remember that people will take cues from how you treat your own mental illness or how they'll treat you with your mental illness, including how they'll treat others with your mental illness. Obviously, everyone's different, but it's unavoidable. Obviously, just like with stuff like race, if I'm the only black person obviously you're gonna listen to me, or you'll probably take what I say about being black or the black experience more seriously than like a random white person, obviously. But just like I can't speak for every black person, I also can't speak for every incontinent person. I can't speak for every person with anxiety. I cannot speak for every person with depression. And neither can you. So just keep those things in mind as well. Autistic info dumps and special interests. We actually covered this in the last cuteness class. How there's people who really like autistic info dumps. Not just being able to dump themselves, but also being able to hear them. Knowing someone feels safe going on and on about something they're very excited about. It's that enthusiasm that reads as cute for people. So it's not so much, "Oh, you have autism and you have a special interest." It's, "Wow, you really like this, huh?" That is seen by a lot of people as cute. I think that reclamation of things as cute can take the edge off of them and make them feel less bad. So I think that, again, don't go overboard, but it can be very useful in coping. Perceived timidness from sensory sensitivity. Like wearing sunglasses indoors because you have light sensitivity, and people going, "Wait, why are you doing that?" Well, it's because I'm just that damn cool. Is a way you might reclaim something like that. I now recognize that the GIF we use could easily be used as a way to fetishize or reclaim something like Tourette's. But I guess I was just using this as a way to show that someone can be angry but pass it off as being cute, so that they don't seem as aggressive. That's also something that you can reframe. You can reframe something you're angry about in a cute or comedic way. I do it all the time, partially because I'm an entertainer. That I might do a cut, like close-up cut to emphasize something that I actually do want you to take seriously, but I rather do it in a funny way than do it in an angry way, you know? Future so bright, you gotta wear shades. Exactly. Cuteness does not equal helpless. Even if you do reclaim things to be associated with your cuteness, you should be prepared to advocate for your own independence, or ask others to be prepared to do so on your behalf, if that's not an immediate option. Strangers, and even loved ones who are used to helping you, may assume you need help in things you do not, or that you are incapable. Sometimes, it may be more trouble than it's worth, or present a danger to speak up about such things. Pick your battles. With the second one, for example, someone who is used to protecting you may hear someone hurt you, and they might say something akin to, "Oh, who hurt you? I must hurt them," or "Who I gotta murder," something like that. As nice as terms like this may seem, for the person who is supposed to be under protection, it can be very anxiety-inducing. We knew someone who literally tried to get into a fight with people that had hurt us, but we didn't want to escalate the situation. But they felt that, especially because of their love language of trying to protect others, that it was okay. And we had to literally take them aside and go, "Hey, no, this is not okay. I do not want to escalate this. I just want to be done with it." And I mean, if you're the type of person who likes to protect others, this is something you should keep in mind. And this is also something that if you are going to try to be more cute, you may face more often, because people tend to throw themselves into the fray to protect people who they find as cute. Remember, it's also something that is, I won't say a biological imperative, but because you find cuteness in nature, and cuteness has the, cuteness is a tool for different organisms to be protected, it should not come as a surprise that someone might have a natural inclination to protect you more if they find you cute, even if it's not aesthetically. This is also why cuteness, for a lot of people, can be linked with helplessness, because someone might assume you can't do it for yourself, so they might take it upon themselves to do for you, not necessarily because they feel that it's their duty to help, but because if they don't help, you may not be able to do it. Going back to even the last slide and reclaiming something as, say, a love language that you want to be taken care of, it is relevant to remember that God, I forgot how to read for a second. Excuse me. It's relevant to remember that if for whatever reason you are, even for a time, incapable of advocating for yourself or defending yourself, if you need help, don't feel that it's something to be ashamed of, or remember that you don't need to be ashamed of it, but do recognize that someone might get used to protecting you, and that that may be their immediate go-to when they hear about your problems. So sometimes it's helpful to say, "Hey, I just want to vent right now. I don't need you to do anything for me." trans folks, perhaps you lean into cuteness partially to pass, or for people to not catch on to your assigned gender. In some spaces, that may be necessary. It's important to cultivate a space where you don't have to hide, where you can contradict societal expectations of cuteness with reduced consequence, even if that is solely online. This can help your mental health, as otherwise you may be mentally/emotionally strained. On the side of people who seek to be more cute, especially people who seek to be more cute in a femme-coded way, you may fall into the necessity of, say, oh, I can't let my voice drop. If my voice training cracks, if my voice goes low for a second, someone might clock me, and I might get hate crimed. On the other end, if, say, you're a trans mask, and you don't want people to know that, but you also don't pass, and so you have to pretend to be femme, you might have to do that for your own protection because you live in a place or you're going through a space where you know people will have a problem with that. Sometimes it's safer to err on the side of caution. But you can fall into doing that 100% of the time. It's called masking. And it's important to have some amount of safe spaces. So try to cultivate those spaces. Like I said, even if it's just online. But it is helpful for you to maybe find a support or discussion group to be able to talk about your issues with and let your guard down. I think that's the most important part, because eventually you're gonna burn out. It's okay if you have to skip out on class. It'll always be here for you when you need it. That's why it's recorded. Cute and helpless. Perhaps the issue is you do not know how to do for yourself, and the cuteness you have or seek to cultivate is in pursuit of getting people to care for you or help you. Known as an island, or at least should not be. However, you should... Wow. Perhaps the issue is that you do not know how to do for yourself, that you don't have the tools, that the cuteness you have or seek to cultivate is in pursuit of getting people to care for you or help you. Known as an island, or at least should not be. However, you must be careful even if you have a wonderful support system, or you move through the world with folks doing much for you without you even asking. Why? Because the possibility you will learn to be helpless. Just like how doing something repetitively will lead to a habit, helplessness can also be a habit. Seeking others' approval for your own actions or seeking people to do for you can also be learned. You need to be aware of this. Even if you're in a safe place to be cute and quote-unquote helpless, it can be overwhelming when you lose that support system. We're living proof. We almost died from it. We thought that because people were caring for us and helping us, that we would always have that. And when that stopped occurring, we didn't know how else we were going to live. And honestly, especially on the financial tip, someone did come and essentially rescue us. And that's probably the only reason we're alive today. But that's not necessarily because of simply not being used to taking care of ourselves, but rather other factors making it hard to take care of ourselves, i.e., mental illness. And I guess, hearkening to mental illness, if there are things that you just simply can't do, that you don't have the spoons to do, and you need to ask help for, remember to set expectations and to ask for those tools or that help in reasonable ways. Because you can even overburden the people who are willing to help you. Heck, learn helplessness. Having someone always do something for you, that is probably a partial reason it's hard for me to care for myself. Well, do I got news for you? Learned helplessness is the behavior one exhibits when adverse stimuli they cannot control or perceive they cannot control conditions them not to act in face of ongoing or adverse stimuli. It can be observed in humans and in animals. Perhaps the most viable and common form... That's supposed to be visible. Perhaps the most visible and common form of learned helplessness in society is that of doomerism, or being black-pilled. Learned helplessness need not be so all-consuming to be present in someone, but it can be a major component of depression or a result of abuse. If people force you to not be able to care for yourself, if people tell you you're not allowed to do things for yourself, how are you ever going to gain the tools to be able to do those things for yourself? If society says you're not supposed to go out alone, you're way too autistic, then of course you're going to have trouble going out alone, aren't you? Karana from Soul Leader is the perfect example of this. They're a victim of abuse, and they were conditioned to not be able to do for themselves and to be able to do very specific things that would help their mother. They were turned into a tool. And because of that, they were dependent on their mother for certain things. It was essentially, hey, go fight these people for me so that you can eat. In 1968, American psychologist Martin Seligman coined learned helplessness in an experiment in which he put dogs in a pen separated by a small fence. Simply explained, one side was electrified. The other contained a lever that for one group of dogs turned off the shocks. The experiment seeked to figure out which dogs, based on conditioning, would or would not attempt to escape the shock, or turn the electricity off. This was a very complicated and multi-step experiment. I'll go into it a little bit more in the next slide, but essentially what happened was certain dogs, under the right circumstances, i.e. dogs that were put in a situation where they were not aware of or not put in a situation where they could turn off this electrical shock, when put in a situation where they could turn off the electrical shock, they did not do so. This is true for people as well. If you're put in a situation where you have no control, even outside of that situation, you will take from the stimuli of bad situation or in pain that you cannot do anything to help yourself. That's generally what learned helplessness is. When talking about doomerism, I think it was probably really relatable for folks who were chronically online, in the sense that being black-pilled through, say, even something as egalitarian seeming as communism is painfully relatable, or just painful, because when you recognize that there should be more done to safeguard like the environment, and it's not being done, and the people in power don't seek to do that because they're basically in the pockets of like CEOs who seek to keep things the way that they're going. It's very easy to just resign yourself to nothing can change, we're all gonna die. I have been in that state too, and it's hard to have hope when you have the knowledge that it's very hard for things to get better, and people are putting their damnedest effort into getting things to not change. There's individualized learned helplessness, and there's also, I suppose, systemic learned helplessness. Learned helplessness continued. The experiment had a lot of moving parts. In one part, dogs in different groups were paired, but not visible to one another in their electrified bots. So if you look at the diagram, imagine that there is another pin just like it on the other side of this wall, but they share the same floor. For one bots, there was a lever that did not turn off the shock. And for the other bots, the lever did turn off the shock, but for both of them. For one dog, the lever worked. For the other, it seemed to work randomly. So even put in a situation where they could turn it off, and they did try, sometimes some of the dogs learned that they might as well not try because it didn't always work. In another part of the experiment, the same dogs were put in pens in which they only need jump over the small fence to escape the shock, not pull a lever. In that case, some dogs persisted in jumping over if they were put into situations where previously they had been able to turn the electricity off. And like I said, for dogs that were not allowed the experience of being able to turn it off or not being able to turn it off consistently, more often than not, they would resign themselves to being shocked. Learned helplessness continued. For dogs not exposed to shocks previously, and dogs in which previously the lever was turned off, they jumped over the fence to escape the shock. For dogs in which the shock was not turned off by their lever, they laid down and accepted their pain with a whine. The helpless dogs did not change their behavior when presented with rewards, threats, or shown other dogs escaping. They only changed their behavior when physically moved to the unelectrified side of the pen at least twice. It's not enough to know or to be shown that you can get yourself out of a painful situation. You may resign yourself to helplessness just because of repeated experiences of not being able to. Basically, lived experience trumps everything else in unlearning learned helplessness. It's hard for me to care for myself because I either had someone always care for me or the person who made me try to learn to care for myself hurt me lots and pushed me too much, even if I needed legit help. I think that's relatable to a lot of people with physical or mental disabilities. Sometimes it's important to have tools, but if you are pushed too far, too fast, then it can be very traumatic. Like the sink or swim way of teaching someone, throwing them in the deep end without any hands-on experience with swimming in a safer environment. Some people will sink every time, and a traumatic experience will not help them. I have first-hand experience with that. I feel like a lot of people have so many problems with this. Like, I know I'm lucky enough to pull myself up from this state myself, but it's still crazy I still deal with this way later. Oh, you can learn helplessness at any age, at any time. It doesn't just have to be in childhood or adolescence. I don't know the age of all the dogs present, but for the learn helplessness experiments, at first, because they didn't know the history of the dogs before, the scientists did not know if any of the dogs had a preclusivity to learn helplessness or to helping themselves before ever entering the experiment. So there were further trials actually done where the dogs were raised for the experiment, and the results seem to be replicatable even in those situations. Learn helplessness continued. Or, what the fuck was that experiment? Despite this experiment's positive influence on modern psychology, particularly in the pursuit of reversing it, and its attribution to the further development of cognitive behavioral therapy, Sagelman's learned helplessness experiments on animals were cruel, especially when one considers the human experiments on it use uncomfortable sounds, not electrical shocks. And though I cannot confirm, the animals used for said experiments apparently became severely ill or died shortly after experiments concluded. But even if they weren't, this animal cruelty was not okay. Not only that, but because of what we've learned about learned helplessness, like in the scientific community, there's now a lot of intrinsic links with learned helplessness and abuse and in depression. So it's easy to extrapolate that the experiments gave these dogs depression. Or some of them. And even ones that did not were given electric shocks for the sake of progress. And that kind of sucks. Though we now know that even if it's not being done intentionally, hurting someone in a situation where they can't escape that pain, or someone being forced to be in a situation where they cannot help themselves, say abhorrent poverty, might induce learned helplessness in them no matter their best efforts. Learned helplessness continued. Inducing learned helplessness was also a CIA torture technique. I know it says for a time, but for all I know, it is still being used. The research that I used to know this talked about past research into learned helplessness that the CIA conducted. But another article that Thorne found today actually found that for certain political prisoners, psychologists with experience in learned helplessness were paid in order to induce learned helplessness in victims because their interrogators did not have those skills already. So they actually use actual behavioral scientists to induce learned helplessness in people, to quote, decouple someone's personality from their will, essentially making them compliant so that they would tell the truth so they could find out what they wanted to know from the subject. It's fucking despicable. However, the foundational findings on learned helplessness contradict its usefulness in torture. I might as well repeat it. However, the foundational findings on learned helplessness contradict its usefulness in torture. If one induced learned helplessness in another, it will not cause the subject to divulge the truth, but rather to tell their tormentor anything they want to hear. This is a microcosm of what abuse can do to you. People develop maladaptive behaviors because even outside of a situation where they needed to have those behaviors in order to survive, they still do them. In a situation where you are going to be compliant no matter what, it doesn't matter what you tell them, you're going to do the same thing. You're just going to tell them whatever they want to hear in hopes that it'll stop. And maybe even eventually, you may even become unresponsive because no matter what you do, you'll still be hurt. Moreover, the subject would not see telling the truth as changing their circumstances. Remember, the dogs, even when given rewards or threatened, did not overcome their helplessness. I think this is very pertinent for people who do corporal punishment as a child rearing strategy. I have a friend who at one point mentioned that one of their parents beat them to try to get them to stop weighing the bed. That did not stop them from weighing the bed. It just made them want to hide the fact that they wet the bed. If you want to induce behavioral changes in someone, punishing them is not the way to go. Learning about these tests gave me depression. I'm sorry I have cursed you with this knowledge. I hope this pain can be useful one day. I'm glad that the cuteness lesson I was able to catch was something I relate to so much. Me too. Learn helplessness. Continued. Findings on learned helplessness help explain the effects abuse has on someone, which in our opinion disgustingly relates to how some conflate compliance or other abuse-related maladaptive behavior to being cute. And of course explains why abusers tend to target folks already showing these behaviors. Even if someone is not abusive, be careful of folks who romanticize your maladaptive behaviors. The dogs in the experiment were reported to maladaptively still jump to the other side of the fence in a pen with no electricity when put in one. Further measures were done to unlearn these behaviors. So I've already mentioned abuse and maladaptive behavior. I should probably reiterate what a maladaptive behavior is. A maladaptive behavior is a behavior that you learned in an abusive situation that persists even once you are out of it, to be put simply. Maladaptive behaviors can be as simple as people-pleasing to taking up hobbies or worldviews that your abuser had. I want to also specify that even if someone targets you because you have maladaptive behaviors that expose that you may have been an abuse victim or are someone who might be more quote-unquote abusable, that is not your fault. Though abusers do tend to target people who will be receptive to their tactics. Someone who is not outwardly abusive may come to be abusive when they realize that they will do what you want, or sorry, that you will do what they want. Someone who's not necessarily abusive may become abusive when they realize and internalize that all they need to do to get you to comply is to push those certain buttons that get you to jump through the certain hoop, or I guess jump over a certain fence. It's important to have boundaries with these people. People who may have abusive tendencies can still be good friends. I am someone who has who sometimes have abusive or manipulative tendencies. I try to keep that in mind. I don't necessarily go to my friends and say, hey, be careful, I may be abusive, but I do try to catch myself before I wreck my friends, so to speak. Try to be aware of the things I may do that may be manipulative in behavior, or in playing up my own quote-unquote cute tendencies because other people find them cute, and playing into them may get me something that I want, like someone taking care of me. It can go both ways. The dogs in the experiment were reported to maladaptively jump to the other side of the fence of the pen, right? They had to do a lot of trials to unlearn this behavior. One of those experiments was actually putting a glass screen over the fence so that a dog would not instinctively jump over the fence as soon as they were put in the pen. Because they had the association with the pen and being hurt, they automatically thought, oh yeah, I need to jump. But when they were not allowed to jump, they did a reality check essentially. Wait, am I being hurt? Oh, I don't need to react the way that I've been trained to react. If you've already internalized or become if you've already learned how to be helpless in certain ways, you don't need to stay that way. Although it may take a lot of effort, and it probably will, especially if your behaviors are now maladaptive, it can be useful to, in the same way of the dog's reality checking before needing to jump over the fence. Sometimes you may want to check to make sure you're in a safe place, so you don't need to do the thing. Going back to needing to be cute for your own safety because you feel like if you're not cute, someone might hurt you. That's why I think that it's useful to have safe spaces to not have to always be cute or have to play it up so much. Because if you try to be cute all the time for your own protection, for example, then you're always going to act that way even when you don't want to. Learn helplessness in CBT. Singelman later did behavioral studies on school children in order to equip them with the tools to combat learned helplessness, or at least prevent the associations that can lead to it. CBT, or Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, seeks to change the thought patterns that lead people to certain depressive tendencies by recognizing they aren't the only influence on someone's emotional state, and to not catastrophize based on past bad experiences. Singelman has framed his life's work as positive psychology, not causing suffering, as some might believe based on the animal experiments. I think it was very interesting what he tried to equip these children with tool-wise. One still rings in my head all the time. Mommy is sad not because I didn't do well in school or because I did something bad, but mommy is sad because she had a long day at work. Being able to recognize that you are not the sole cause, or sometimes even the cause at all, of someone's bad mood. This is relevant because cognitive behavioral therapy is one way to counteract learned helplessness. Because for people, it's not simply, I'm in this situation, so I must react this way. Sometimes it's a thought process thing. Sometimes it's reacting to someone else's emotions. For example, and I think I even mentioned this in the last class. Sometimes when people aren't talking a lot in chat, I panic and think that I'm boring, or even that I've been knocked offline because it's happened before many times, or just because I fear this happened, or that it will happen, or that someone doesn't care or doesn't like what I'm doing. But reframing that and checking myself before I jump to that conclusion is useful. If chat's not moving, it might be they're super engrossed in what I'm saying. They don't have anything to say. Or they just like lurking. There are many reasons that someone can act a certain way. You're not always the cause. Or you may not be having the effect that you think you're having. Cognitive behavioral therapy is not the perfect ultimate strategy to becoming better, however. Although it has shown a lot of benefits for people with depression, PTSD, and even psychosis. Though it can also lead to a lot of stress. A lot of people who pursue cognitive behavioral therapy tend to stress themselves out because cognitive behavioral therapy also includes facing these bad thought patterns head on. It's not just about recognizing the thought patterns that may lead you to catastrophize, especially when you're starting out. And we've experienced this because we've done it to ourselves. It is actively thinking about things that upset you and trying to basically to reassess how you think about a thing. To go back to a painful stimuli, a bad thought. For example, I'll never be cute. Well, actually, people already consider me cute. Actually, I've come a long way in being cute. Actually, I think these classes are really helping me. Actually, I can always review these classes later if I want to brush up on my cute. But also, you have to look the thought, I'm not cute and I'll never be cute, in the eye. Which some people try to avoid like the plague. I was trying to use something a little bit more benign instead of something that may be way more triggering for someone in chat. Or for me. Sometimes you don't need to face all the things that hurt you head on. Sometimes it's okay to take a break. Sometimes you're at your limit, and that's okay. Oh no, I do feel like this IRL with people when they're in bad moods. That it's my fault. Yeah, that's a mood. I get like that too. I get like that with my online friends. Sometimes I feel like if I'm not there for them, they'll feel like I abandoned them. Relatable. Learned helplessness and cuteness. Sorry. Learned helplessness as cuteness. Being helpless or seeming helpless can endear folks to take care of you, or to see you as cute. Or it can signal to others that you are easy to take advantage of. Victims are not at fault for their abuse, but abusers do seek out those they're easiest to control. You might romanticize helplessness yourself and receive euphoria from the concept of being helpless. There are fetishes that rely on these states as well. Anything in excess can be bad, obviously. It's okay to want to be cute and endear yourself to others. It's okay to want to be cute and have people take care of you. But like I mentioned before, overindulging can lead to learned helplessness. Also, something that I didn't mention, using your cuteness to manipulate people all the time, or getting used to always getting your way because you are cute, can lead to what some people might just call brattiness, but generally is just, what's the word? Entitlement. Getting your way all the time, or believing you should get your way all the time because you are cute, can lead to entitlement. And that can be something that can lead to you abusing others. If someone is used to giving you everything you want, they might feel anxiety with not being able to give you things that you want. We even had a past partner that had this problem. That they got so used to always being at our beck and call, of always trying to solve our problems, that even when we told them we did not want help, or that we weren't seeking out help, or that, for example, oh, I'm not crying because I need your help, or I want you to like wipe my tears away, I'm just crying. They even got upset that I wouldn't allow them to help me. You can be conditioned that way. It was painful to realize I wasn't going to get what I wanted from relationships as a guy. Even after I came out, as long as that's how people saw me, people would expect me to take charge, handle things, and never buckle. But I wanted to be treated tenderly, to be taken care of. I wasn't going to get that. My body's changed a lot. I'm really weak now. People couldn't decide to rely on me even if they wanted to. So, maybe now, it's weird to be happy to become more delicate, but... So this may be relatable to a lot of trans women. Or anyone who takes estrogen. In society, being feminine is related to being delicate, being frail, needing help, being emotional. It can be very euphoric to be able to experience these things, especially for the first time. Even I enjoy it. But I think maybe because of my background racially, and because of being spoiled early in life and then not that long after, still as a kid, being told that I was spoiled and that I expected too much of others to do for me, I developed a anxiety about being taken care of, about being weak. So even though I do take a lot of euphoria from people taking care of me and doing stuff for me, I also fear maladaptively that maybe I'm asking too much, that I'm being a bitch, being a burden, or even just being a manipulative asshole. That last part came later in life, actually. Especially with the emotional abuse that I inflicted on others eventually. It honestly even gives me anxiety to read this. I think that maybe it's a big part physically for this person who I'm quoting about being relied upon. I feel that if I was completely dependent and I needed people to do everything for me, eventually I would get to a point where no one could do anything for me, even for, say, a small amount of time, or there was too much for someone to be able to help me because they needed to help themselves and they didn't have the spoons to, and I would be left to my own devices and I would suffer. I mean, as someone who's been homeless before, as someone who has struggled to keep down a job, as someone who is now a workaholic, partially because I want to achieve enough that I can take care of myself and my loved ones, even if something were to happen to them. And because I finally found a job where I can technically get enough leeway on my spoons that I'm not at risk of losing my job just because I can't do it for a week, say. For me, it's very much a balancing act. And I do like it that way, though I would like to get a healthy medium. I sometimes find it somewhat of, I suppose, entitlement, but a privilege. I see it as a privilege for someone to be, especially as an adult, completely able to be dependent on someone else. In the sense that there are many people who even have disabilities in which they do need help, that they do not get it, and they cannot do things. I have a real trouble with doing paperwork because of not social anxiety, I suppose, but anxiety related to paperwork, related to bureaucracy, because of my dyslexia, which even in this presentation has led to typos that I did not realize until reading them. And it is hard. And I'm still struggling with finishing all the paperwork I need to get back on hormones. And I'm running the fuck out. It's a struggle. The feeling of being helpless completely and totally is not euphoric for me. I do understand the expectation, the being expected to take charge, to never buckle, to always handle things. That, I think, in a general sense, even for masked people, is unfair. I don't think anyone should be expected to never buckle, to always take charge. I think that is an unfair stipulation put on certain people in our society. Not even always masculine. Being a strong black woman, same types of expectations. Or even being a magical Negro. If you don't know the magical Negro trope, it's basically, it's technically what I'm doing right now. People, someone I know suggested or said that I would be good at teaching a class on cuteness. Said that they want to be cute like me. And I was like, you know what? I could teach people how to be cute. I could be totally Sage Cuteness, right? It's not so much that it is bad for me to take charge, to do this class, or to want to emotionally help people. But to put myself in a situation where I constantly do it and bring people to expect that of me can sometimes backfire. Because sometimes people may feel that, and I am not speaking necessarily how it is, but how I fear that it might become, or how it might be for some people, that someone may need advice on something, but I'm not available. Or I just happen to not have experience on that. Or I don't have any tangible things I can help them with in that regard. Oh shit, I'm the only person they know, they're shit out of luck. But the magical Negro trope is really the expectation of black people, or just people of color in general, to have so much more wisdom. It even results in adultification of children of color. To expect them to be mature when there's no reason they should be. People may need to be latchkey kids or latchkey littles. People may need to grow up faster or need to take more responsibility for themselves than they should need to, despite having a disability that makes it harder. That's even stuff that I have experience with. And so you push yourself and push yourself and push yourself, and then suddenly you can't do it. And then it becomes a problem. And then people ask, why can't you do it? You were able to do it so easily before. What's wrong? Or someone may just write it off as, oh, you're just having a bad day. But then that bad day becomes a bad week, becomes a bad month, becomes a bad year, becomes a bad decade. And then you're like, what happened to me? Did I regress? And I don't mean it in the age play way. This relates to me a lot in terms of autism. Because of the dichotomy between being quote-unquote high functioning or quote-unquote low functioning. For a while now, I have self-diagnosed as autistic. But I, for the longest time, considered myself high functioning. It was part of the reason that I felt that it was so hard for people to recognize I was autistic and just saw me as weird. But with the history that I have with being spoiled, getting a lot of support, and certain things because of my intellect coming easier, I didn't have to struggle so much in certain ways. So then when I did struggle, or after masking for so long, I didn't have the ability anymore. So immediately when I stopped being able to work a job, like a normal day job, my first thought was, oh shit, I suck. What happened to me? I must be getting worse. If this is a sign, this may be a sign of me not being able to do anything for myself. What if I can't even take care of myself? What if I need someone to feed me? What if I need someone to wash my hair? I sometimes still fear these things. And a lot of people who take on a lot of responsibility sometimes have that pressure. It can be a double-edged sword. Shit, even having ADHD makes someone able to be able to manage a crisis more easily than their neurotypical counterparts. They may be used to chaos, but sometimes they won't be able to handle those things, and that should be okay. Right. Learn helplessness as cuteness continued. Additionally, for folks who conflate femininity with being helpless, not being able to do for oneself can cause gender euphoria. Although it may not be simplifying girl/womanhood, but seeking out a kind of existence they never thought they could have because of the pressure society put on them. So people who espouse turfisms or are just straight up turfs, especially who are cis women, tend to have a problem with trans femmes idealizing being helpless, being weak, being high femme, being frail, because for a lot of cis women, they have the experience of having to fight uphill to be taken seriously, and in their eyes they'll go, and here goes this motherfucker trying to be weak. I wish I could be in your position. This is also part of why there's some people who think that it's weird that anyone would want to be a woman. that feels as though transitioning from mass to femme means that you are losing a position in society that is preferable. And why people in the manosphere might also believe that women have it easier, or femme people have it easier with getting dates, getting physical or sexual attention, and whatnot. Shit, that even relates to incels, if you think about it. A lot of incels believe that women in general are, I forget what the word is, but generally date above their class or above their financial station as a way to gain capital, essentially, or gain status in society. That they use weakness or being seen as weak or being expected to be taken care of as a way to manipulate their way into a better status. These things are not true. We do live in a society, yes, and this society does not treat femme or femme-coded people fair. And hell, I'll even cite my own experiences that before I even knew that I was any flavor of trans, or thought that I could be, people treated me a certain way that was not in line with how a lot of people treat AMAB or masculine people. I was treated by a lot of people tenderly, or if I was not treated tenderly, I was treated harshly as a way to manipulate me, like they might manipulate a woman. Not all the time, but a lot of times. Or, like a lot of trans films, my experience, I was given a lot of shit, or being told was told I was a disappointment for not taking charge, for not being able to do for others all the time, or for specifically crying very easily. I cry very easily, actually less easily now, because I've been through so much. But I still tear up every time I watch Evangelion. If you say mean words to me, bitch, I will cry. I promise. I will cry. Even if I don't show it. Even if you don't hear it in my voice, because I'm better at hiding it now. But it is nice to be able to be weak, to be able to not always have to be strong. And so, like, part of my gender journey was also kind of learning that these parts of myself that I was told to abandon or to be ashamed of, I didn't need to. Conversely, because of, like, my BPD, for example, sometimes I have fallen into bouts of learned helplessness, or mild learned helplessness through the perception of, okay, I have this mental illness, so I cannot be strong. I am incapable of strength, you know? But there's a lot of different types of strength, which is why that quote from before makes me squirm sometimes. Because to feel like you cannot be relied upon, I feel like is bordering on or just straight up learned helplessness. And there's lots of different kinds of being relied upon. And not all of them require being like, ooh, woo, you know? Being a shoulder to cry on is a sign of strength, in my opinion. You know? I do understand some people's annoyance with folks who see femininity as weakness and see that value judgment as a value judgment for all femme people. But for at least most trans femmes I know, and I want to say trans femmes at large, or people who seek to be feminine at large, I see you, femboys, being able to be soft or cultivating softness is not necessarily painting everyone with that brush. And there's many different types of being femme. It should not be seen as just being soft or simply being soft. I mean, obviously, I can talk about butch women, tomboys, stuff like that. But shit, even on that tip, someone can have a more athletic or more tough or more grungy attitude or expression, but still cry easily, still not be able to help you move furniture. Physical strength is not the opposite of femininity. Helplessness and power exchange. Power exchange is the act of consensual manipulation of power dynamics within a relationship, where typically one person gives their power to another. The relationship does not have to be sexual, but it should be between consenting adults. Power exchange has its roots in kink, and already unevenly skewed power dynamics can make it toxic. Power exchange is a tool used by many to feel safe, protected, and cared for, or conversely to derive pleasure or contentment from taking care of another. Some explore it in roleplay settings in pursuit of therapeutic effects. Others pursue lifestyle power exchange to make their lives simpler, or more fulfilled or manageable. Okay, so this one's one of the more complicated slides. Thorn agonized over this one for a little bit, especially in that bottom GIF, because of the reputation that Made in Abyss has with like sexualizing children. We didn't want to derail from it too much, but we felt like, especially when we post the edited version, we'll probably get a comment about like how we specifically said it should be between consenting adults, and yet we use a Made in Abyss gif. Obviously, some people are going to point out that children do sex things or sexual behavior or fetishy behavior amongst each other, and that should be okay. However, and although to a certain degree I agree, I think that engaging in power dynamics, engaging in sexual behavior can also still be damaging. I say this from personal experience because I was in a kink relationship from the time I was 12 with another 12-year-old. So on paper, that sounds great, but it conditioned me to be a certain way. And it was only this year that I was told that person that I ended up growing up with and being in a relationship with long term at one point did not see it as a 24/7 power dynamic relationship for the whole thing. But I did. I considered myself their pet. I've talked about this on stream before. It stunted my growth. It made me used to being taken care of more so than I should have. It predisposed me to learn helplessness. It made people who were aware of certain traits that predisposed them to being abused much more obvious. I don't blame myself for abuse I suffered by being targeted by those people. However, I was less prepared to deal with it, less prepared to push back, and just more compliant in general. I have lived with learned helplessness for most of my life because I also fetishized it. Especially because, considering my upbringing and being AMAB and being expected to be strong and all that stuff, finding someone who did not expect that of me at all? Holy shit, that was like ambrosia. Like, I swear. So like I suppose metatextually, I want to point out that although there is nuance to this whole power dynamic and power exchange things, even in situations where it would normally be okay, and so I'll even say even in situations where you would think it would be okay with adults, it will lead to toxic behavior or toxic dynamics. If someone is your boss, I was groomed by my boss at one point. Part of the reason why it's really hard for me to have a day job now. I was groomed by a boss. I needed help from people who also sought to have a relationship with me, sensually and sexually. There's a conflict of interest sometimes. Sometimes power dynamics skew too far. This is also a reason why most content creators make a rule that they don't date people in their communities. It can be very trepidatious to do so, because you might, as an audience member, want to continually please this person. Might put this person on a pedestal. Shit, I have put people on a pedestal who were just my friends that I didn't have any sort of parasocial relationship with, but I thought they were so much better than me, and I felt so lucky to be their friend. And that led to toxic dynamics. That led to me not wanting to say no when they made requests from me, even though they would have respected a no, but I never wanted to say no. These are all relevant things. The top GIF is from an anime called Josie and the Tigerfish. I hope to watch it in our Discord soon with everybody. It is about it's essentially about a girl in a wheelchair falling in love with her caregiver. It's about a lot more than that, and it is about learned helplessness, actually, because her principal caregiver, her grandmother, doesn't let her go out, doesn't let her live a life, doesn't let her take care of herself. And so it becomes a point of contention of her getting out and doing things. It can even be argued that she forms a power exchange relationship with the person that her grandmother hires to help take care of her. But she's the one taking power from him at first. She's the dom for a lot of it. And it also comes from the fact that when you are put in a situation where people are trying to induce you to be helpless, sometimes instead of learned helplessness setting in, you push back. You become indignant. Sometimes people abuse their caregivers. It's actually relatively common that people who need to be taken care of, like for medical reasons, may kind of be an asshole because they are constantly having to face that if on a person's limb, if they don't want to take care of them, they could die. So they may become angry. And it's actually a big part of that anime, Josie and the Tigerfish, that Josie lets herself be taken care of in certain ways. And then also that she does strive to take care of herself. That she achieves a balance. It's a big deal. Season 2 of Made in Abyss is already premiered, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Episode 2 might be this week. Last week should have been the first episode, I believe. Yeah, but July was supposed to be season 2 of Made in Abyss, yes. Talking about deriving pleasure from taking care of others is also a big part of power exchange. Some people may, just like how some people are like, how could you want to be femme? How could you want to be in a quote-unquote lower position in society? Some people might say the same thing about being submissive. Some people might say, why would you want to be submissive? Why would you want someone to take care of you? You know, why would you want to be helpless? Some people may feel that and experience that not a lot of people want to be. I guess on the flip side, some people might experience that. Oh, I can't find a dom. I can't find someone who will top me. I can't find someone who will want to take care of me because everyone wants to be taken care of. But actually, there are plenty of people who want to take care of others. It can be nice and euphoric to be in that position to help people. Although it's not a one-to-one comparison, doing these classes, attempting to equip people with the tools to help themselves, that gives me a lot of feel-good feelings. And it's not just from the sense of like benevolence, I guess. I definitely get a high from knowing that I helped someone. When someone comments on a YouTube video and says, "Oh, this helped me," shit, I can ride off those endorphins for a little bit. It can be therapeutic to help someone, especially if you come from an experience or a background that you haven't been able to help people. As someone myself who has relied on people so much, I do strive sometimes more than I should to help others. To not ask for help myself, to be strong. Not because of some, like, machismo standard of being a breadwinner or being someone's rock, but of proving to myself and damning the people who said that I was too weak and that I could never achieve what I have, that I can do well for others, that I can be a shoulder to cry on, can be someone who can give advice. It's definitely something I value a lot. I like to think that there is some alternate reality where I'm a therapist. I feel like a lot of Made in Abyss has a lot of interesting things like child exploitations and sexualization themes that I feel are very much on purpose. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about that, but I actually do agree. There's actually a specific like objectification of Reg early in the series, like I think in like episode like 3, that I'm particularly thinking of in that regard. But I'll make a Made in Abyss video eventually. Helplessness and power exchange continued. Lifestyle power exchange is valid, but even with the best intentions can skew toxic. It's important to have safe words, avenues to separate oneself from exchange, and the ability to negotiate it afterwards. Sorry, to negotiate it after it starts. But also afterwards. The unfortunate truth is giving up power, even consensually, can be damaging or stunting to the one giving up power, and for the taker. It can be overwhelming or power tripping. For this reason, breaks and check-ins are important. So, it's good to check in with your power exchange dynamics, even if you are even if you have a lot of respect for yourself and you're being aware of a disposition towards learned helplessness. Someone may get used to having control over you, so they may need a break from constantly being on the rails of, oh, I tell this person what to do. I tell this person like what to eat. It can be stressful. Some people do have those sort of relationships. I actually was in one at one point. And surprisingly, I was the person who told the other person what to eat. So don't always put me in the box of the submissive one. Thank you. But my point is, it's very easy to get into a routine and find it very hard to break out of it. And when you feel like you do need a break, you should be able to take that break. Even though I do think lifestyle submissiveness is valid. Also, safe words are just great. Having safe words is good. Even if you just use red, yellow, green. Also, safe words do not need to principally be for sexual or fetish type relationships. You can have safe words with medical caregivers. You can have safe words with people who you heal for in video games or something. Like, I'm thinking of heel sluts, but sometimes heel slutting is like explicitly fetishy. But my point is, having boundaries is very good, and a lot of kink dynamics or a lot of kink culture can be extrapolated to use in other areas of your life that it can be helpful in. It'd be nice if kids could have safe words. Hey, Dad, Red, you're being way too controlling right now. Helplessness is a default. For many marginalized folks, it is normal to feel helpless. Systemic, familial, interpersonal, and societal factors can make a person used to not having power. Sometimes so much so that getting power or being expected to take responsibility seems impossible to handle. All too often, folks buckle under the pressure and seek to give up what little power they have when they get it, or to seek so much help and they get used to it or not doing for themselves that they don't have the skills and tools to help themselves. So, going back to myself as a person of color, and a disabled person, and a trans person, stuff like suicidality and rates of homelessness definitely are things that I think about quite often. And it can be kind of traumatizing to remember that I'm predisposed to a lot of those things, and that I can't do all the same things that I used to be able to do. And like I mentioned before with how being poor for long enough can make you feel like you can never break out of it, and also it's like statistically tends to be true, it's good to recognize that even though bootstrapism is a load of hogwash, that not giving up on your ability to do for yourself is important. Reaching out for tools to get help is important. Not resigning yourself to your fate is important. Trying to work on ways to mitigate the despair you may feel being stuck is important. If I just assumed that I would never be able to move out of my parents' house, for example, then I might be homeless right now. If I told myself that I shouldn't seek to be a content creator even though it's the most accessible job for me, I might not be here right now. Even though the world can be stacked against you and there are systemic failures, or I suppose systemic forces that conspire to make you helpless, that doesn't mean that you have to be helpless 100% of the time. That's also why going it alone is also very damaging. A lot of people feel that they need to take care of themselves and only themselves. But that's not true. That's why there are a lot of people who, even if they aren't in like a romantic relationship, for example, may enter a domestic partnership, may combine their finances, may decide to be roommates and share rent, stuff like that, because they need help with certain things. It's the same principle to I'll go to the bathroom with you. Even though it may feel safer for your bathroom buddy, if you're trans, to be cis, if two trans people go to the bathroom together, they are way safer than if they were to both go to the bathroom separately, in my opinion. And maybe that's not every case. However, there is safety in numbers. There is safety in solidarity. It's not black and white. If you were never given the tools to help yourself, like the fact that it's basically a trope now for people who consider themselves adult children, not necessarily adult babies, or consider themselves to be kids at heart, or to not be fully mature, will cite that they don't know how to do their taxes as a reason that they are not mature, or that they're not a real adult. But doing taxes is hard. It is not easy, and it is not intuitive. And it's not commonly taught in schools. It shouldn't necessarily be a sign of not being an adult or not being an adult enough. It's just something that you haven't been given the tool for. That's also why this cuteness class scales so much existential and scales so much mental health. Because if I was to simply tell you, make your voice high, walk with a waddle, talk with a lisp, wear cute clothes, and meow, like, what the fuck are you gonna do with that? Right? Like, it will be very easy for you to give up if you're not reaching the results that you think you should. Or if the model I'm giving you for cuteness doesn't fit what you want. Because there are many different types of cute, like we already covered in the last lesson. It's important to have a good foundation for yourself, or to try to build that foundation. It's okay to not have good self-esteem, but be working on it, you know? And I think that those are some of the most important parts of not just becoming cute, but maintaining cute. And it's something that when someone in the moment asks me, Drizzle, why are you so cute? It's something that I can't adequately communicate. And this class definitely seeks to achieve. Skill building. I didn't know you could use safe words outside of sexual stuff or medical caregivers. Oh, you totally can. You should establish it first, obviously. But I think it's incredibly useful. Example of a safe word or a safe signal that we've adopted, that we try to keep up, but we also try to remind ourselves that just because it's been ingrained in us doesn't mean it's ingrained in others, is a 3-tap rule. Kind of like tapping out in wrestling. In one of our past relationships, especially in a situation where someone might be like gagged, or just go nonverbal for, like, you know, mental health reasons, or neurodivergency reasons rather, it's important to have nonverbal communication to say, hey, stop, or let up. For us, it was a 3-tap. Now it is even a signal that if someone else taps us at least 3 times, our brain automatically goes, wait, let up, wait, check in, that sort of thing. Although it sometimes feels maladaptive, I'm glad that we still have it, because it's a good practice to have. And when you are in any sort of relationship with someone, even just a caregiver, it can be useful in situations where you may not be able to adequately communicate, or when there may be stress while having a conversation with, wait, please stop, you're making me feel uncomfortable. This is why even sometimes streamers I've seen have, say, have on Twitch like a channel point redeem where it's like, stop a conversation, no questions asked, so that there's no stigma to tapping out, so to speak. That's also a big component of it. Forming the expectation that if someone reds out of a situation, to not ask why immediately can be a godsend. Because some people don't want to be questioned. For some people, they'll have a lot of anxiety about it. Or Even if they want to tell you, they might not be able to communicate why. They might not even know why. But consent can be revoked at any time, and that's important. No matter if a person seeks to be taken care of or they feel they are simply incapable, it is important to work on the tools and skills needed to help yourself. Learned helplessness can come from what others do to you, what the world does to you, or what you do to you. But regardless, it's not always possible for someone else to catch you when you fall. And I'll add, it's not your fault that someone wasn't there to catch you when you fell. Having contingencies for the worst can be life-saving, and managing your relationships can save you a lot of turmoil. No amount of cuteness is worth leaving it all to chance or the whims of others. Behavioral modification. This one's a little bit more fun. Learned helplessness teaches us that adverse stimuli happening in tandem with a particular feeling or consequence is likely to lead to associating that stimuli with a perceived feeling or reality. But the same can be said to pleasurable stimuli and desired feelings, perceived realities, or behavioral cognitive Behavioral modification. Learned helplessness teaches us that adverse stimuli happening in tandem with a particular feeling or consequence is likely to lead to associating that stimuli with a perceived feeling or reality. But the same can be said to pleasurable stimuli and desired feelings, perceived realities, or behavior. Cognitive behavioral therapy, for example, seeks to form habits in the subject to, in response to stimuli of thoughts that lead to harmful conclusions, or thought spirals, with the behavior of refuting the thoughts that lead to those harmful conclusions. Behavioral modification continued. Cognitive behavioral therapy is nice, but it's not the direct path to ingraining cute behaviors. If you want to act more cute, then once you identify what behaviors you want to exhibit, the next step is associating those behaviors or thoughts with a stimuli. This is the heart of clicker training. Clicker training. This is the sound of a clicker. These are used primarily to train dogs and very good subbies. Clicker training? Ooh, woo! Yes, clicker training. You may know it as the way that successful dog trainers do what they do best. You can see it as the inverse of reinforcement through punishment or trauma. Basically, you use a clicker to form an association with the clicking sound and the desired behavior, and followed by the positive reinforcement of that behavior. The key is for the stimuli, the desired behavior, and the reinforcement to happen as close together as possible. This forms strong associations. So, telling a dog to sit, clicking when they sit, and then also giving them a head pat when they do sit. Eventually, it should lead to, when hearing a click, they'll sit. Or if you're encoding multiple commands, the click may make them aware that they should be ready to behave in a certain way. Drizzle, this hurts! Then suffer. Yeah, I knew this would be pretty relatable. I know what I'm doing. Cutie training? Although clicker training can be effective in people, and is cute as hell in its own right, you need not use this method or solely this method to achieve it. As long as you keep the principles in mind, then training can be effective, but it's not guaranteed. Creating the associations with desired behavior and a stimuli is paramount, and is beneficial to reinforce the behavior in a timely manner. For example, if you want to increase your Overwatch game, when you do a good play, say you kill a member of the other team, if you call yourself a good boy, girl, or MB right when you do it, you will start to form an association with getting a compliment with doing well, which might increase your how much you do well. Or at the very least, give you a nice hit of serotonin when you do well. Do. A reinforcer... A reinforcer is anything that, occurring in conjunction with an act, tends to increase the probability that that act will occur again. Memorize that statement. It is the secret of good training. There are two kinds of reinforcers, positive and negative. A positive reinforcer is something that the subject wants, such as food, petting, or praise. A negative reinforcer is something the subject wants to avoid, a blow, a frown, an unpleasant sound. The warning buzzer in a car if you don't fasten your seatbelt is a negative reinforcer. Behavior that is already occurring, no matter how sporadically, can always be intensified with positive reinforcement. If you call a puppy and it comes, and you pet it, the pup's coming when called will become more and more reliable even without any other training. Suppose you want someone to telephone you, your offspring, your parents, your lover. If he or she doesn't call, there isn't much you can do about it. A major point in training with reinforcement is that you can't reinforce behavior that is not occurring. If, on the other hand, you're always delighted when your loved ones do call, so that behavior is positively reinforced, the likelihood is that the incidence of their calling will probably increase. Of course, if you apply negative reinforcement, why haven't you called? Why do I have to always call you? You never call me. And so on, remarks likely to annoy, you are setting up a situation in which the caller avoids such annoyance by not calling you. In fact, you are training them not to call. Karen Pryor, from Don't Shoot the Dog, The New Art of Teaching and Training. Fun fact, Karen Pryor is the general coiner of clicker training in general. Reinforcing, negative. Reinforcers can be positive or negative, but are not necessarily the same as rewards and punishment. Partially because of timing, but mostly because of the role that the stimuli plays. A punishment stops behavior, or is in response to an undesirable behavior, like getting spanked for cursing. But negative reinforcement encourages behavior, associating desirable behavior with undesirable stimuli stopping, like brotherly whining until you get a forehead kiss. Yes, bottoms can train their tops. A punishment results in the loss of something desirable. A negative reinforcement incites a response to stop something that's undesirable. There is a lot of child rearing, for example, that is based on punishment. You got bad grades. You're grounded. Some would see that as a way to influence someone to not get bad grades. Rewarding someone for good grades obviously would be the general response to that. But a lot of times these punishments or rewards happen way too late. They get the report card, they come home from school hours later. And also they've already done the work or lack thereof or not quote unquote well enough and received those marks already. So there's not a clear association with the behavior and the response. So especially with a negative reinforcer, which is generally not as effective as positive reinforcers, but people do all the time, even unconsciously. Like when someone gives you a disapproving look, it's about how immediate that response is. In the book that I'm referencing, one example was you put your feet on the furniture of like your grandmother's house Your grandmother gives you a disapproving look. The disapproving look isn't necessarily a punishment, but a negative reinforcer. You want the disapproving look to stop, so you put your feet down. Reinforcing. Positive. Positive reinforcement is most effective if it happens in tandem with the behavior that is to be enforced, which is why clicker training can be so effective. You can click the clicker at the same time the desired behavior occurs, signaling to the subject that they have done the thing you want. Taking someone out to ice cream for good grades, for example, is much too late to enforce the behavior effectively. And bribing them with ice cream before a test is too early. God, my dyslexia. So I did struggle with making a clear distinction between rewards and positive reinforcement versus punishments and negative reinforcement. And it's a lot less clear, especially because almost anything that can be a positive reinforcer can generally be seen as a reward. And generally is, in a way. I guess the difference is how it's implemented. So if you get a treat immediately upon getting an answer right on, say, an oral exam, that is going to condition you to want to give right answers. You can be conditioned in a lot of ways, and we're conditioned a lot of ways by our friends, by our colleagues, by our social media, for example. You may start tweeting daily when you notice that certain tweets are getting a certain response. You might constantly post memes because you want to see people respond to them. It makes you feel good. Although I do want to say that it being immediate in the moment of doing it isn't always the end all be all to effective behavioral modification. Sometimes you can get a positive reinforcer when the behavior has been acknowledged. So in the same way of bringing that report card home as soon as they know, as soon as the parent knows, and then giving you a punishment if you're bad or a reward if you're good, that still does condition you. It's just not as effective. I hope that makes sense. Reinforcing positive continued. What's the difference between a reward and positive reinforcement? Aside from timing, rewards are positive things given as a consequence for a certain behavior, whereas positive reinforcement is something positive the subject wants that's received in response to desired behavior. Often, a reward is chosen for the subject, not by the subject, which isn't as effective. You don't always know what the person wants. Like a dog can't always explicitly tell you, or in most cases can't explicitly tell you, oh, I want a treat, or I want a head pat, for example. But you can generally infer that someone wants the dog wants a head pat. If someone's a furry and they've asked for head pats before, you can generally infer that a head pat might be something that they want. So telling someone good girl for brushing their teeth, for example, can definitely make them more likely to brush their teeth. Also, keep in mind that any attempts at conditioning may not be effective. This is not 100%, does not have 100% reliability. I keep hearing the voice of my girlfriend saying good puppy to me after being a good girl. That's conditioning. Hearing the clicker makes me think of when my GF used to use her clicker on me. Clickers are good. I need to get a clicker for myself as well. You can also condition yourself, and that's also part of the point of this. I don't want you to come away from this lesson thinking that the only way that you can condition yourself to be cute is by having someone condition you to be cute. You can condition yourself. Conditioning cuteness. In order to condition yourself to be cuter, identify desirable cute attributes you want to embody. Keep them simple to start. For example, if you want to meow in response to hearing something that you agree with, as opposed to saying yes. That could be something you want to embody for something you do that's cute. Decide small, actionable, positive reinforcements that either you or a helper can use, like praise, head pats, a break from adulting. Having several different reinforcers is also helpful. Remember, not all reinforcers need to necessarily be positive, but not all negative reinforcers are cruel. For example, that break from adulting may not be something you would normally give yourself. If you have a job that hurts you for whatever reason, even if it's a job you love, taking a break can be nice. But giving yourself a break in response to doing something good takes a completely different connotation than taking a break just because you need it. Because, oh yeah, I've been working for 4 hours, I need to take this break. As opposed to, oh wow, I've just completed another page of this essay writing I'm doing. I will take a 5-minute break. That's a positive reinforcer. Though you could technically see it as a negative reinforcer. You were ceasing to do something unpleasurable in response to doing something desirable. If that makes sense. It doesn't always need to be, I'm literally shocking you till you jump over this fence. Keep in mind that bigger reinforcements are useful in reinforcing more demanding behaviors. So, what's a good example? If I go through an entire stream without bad talking myself, or making a joke at my own expense, going, say, 6 to 8 hours without doing that, it may be nice to get a bigger reinforcer than just a piece of candy. Maybe allowing myself to play a game that I don't usually play. For me as a streamer, this has a lot of other like built-in context that you might not understand, because we work so much that a lot of times we don't play games a lot that aren't directly in pursuit of work that we need to do. So allowing myself to play a game that I don't usually play can be a big reinforcer, for example. Especially if the context of me playing that game is usually framed with the reward of me doing something good. That's also something I should probably implement for myself. See, we're learning together. And after you have decided a plan on how you want to condition yourself, attempt to implement. If you want something to be a habit, then just do it over and over and over again. Consistency. Reinforcers are relative, not absolute. Food is not a positive reinforcer if you're full. For the edited version, these links will be in the description. Don't Shoot the Dog is a kind of older book from like 1999. You'll probably be able to find it at your library as well. Also want to mention for sources, and this is something... excuse me. This is something consistent with like pretty much all the work we do, even like our like heavily edited video essays. Sometimes it's very hard to find academic resources for things because you need to have an account with like a college to get access to some of their studies, which I think is kind of fucked up, and like those type of things should not be pay gated, in my opinion. And so when you see Wikipedia on my sources a bunch of times, it's partially for those reasons. I do think Wikipedia is a great source, but I would love to, in a lot of cases, use more academic resources, but it's just not always possible. In conclusion, In conclusion, there are many ways to get into the habit of doing cute things or embodying cuteness. And in your pursuit of cuteness, you may seek to be taken care of, or you may find that others seek to take care of you. Regardless of your intent or how much you may want to be taken care of, you should be aware of learned helplessness and how it might stymie you in terms of being able to take care of yourself or advocate for yourself. If you're someone who does need to be helped or taken care of, and especially if you seek to use cuteness as a method of increasing the likelihood that you will be treated nicely or taken care of, do make sure to check in with yourself, to have boundaries with the people who do take care of you, to have ways to advocate for yourself or have ways that others can advocate for you if you cannot do so. And be aware that even if learned helplessness does seep in, that it doesn't have to be permanent. You can unlearn it or combat it. And that cuteness does not need to be your entire identity. Helplessness does not need to be your entire identity. You can be cute and pragmatic. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I really like that there were solutions to hopelessness at the end of this. Oh, yes. I think that it's very important to do that. And I think it would be irresponsible for me to not do that. Particularly because, well, especially in talking about learned helplessness, it's kind of like cosmic horror knowledge. Because now, if you didn't know about learned helplessness before, or you didn't know that it was a thing, but you kind of knew or kind of had experiences with it, once you are aware of it, you could fall into learned helplessness in the sense that, oh shit, it's already happened to me, I can't get out of it. Or you may not be aware that you could fall victim to learned helplessness in your pursuits of being cute, pursuits that you may have already started. So, not only did I want to equip you with the tools to be able to fight against it and to go forward in the knowledge that if it does happen, that you can combat it, but also that if you value helplessness, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Or at least not necessarily so. It's kind of like I lost the game. If you know about the game, then you lose the game when you remember that the game exists. But also, if you've never played the game, once you're told that the game exists, you automatically lose the game your first time. So if you're already predisposed to learn helplessness, or just hopelessness in general, I didn't want to add to that without giving you tools to find a way out. I care about you, and I want you to do well. What if you need someone else's consensual help to help you get out of learned helplessness and learn safe helplessness and grow into caring for oneself? That's a really great question, Issy. I have experience with this as well. I happen to have a wonderful partner who enables me to do what I do in terms of my career, right? And that's amazing. But also, if I need to get help with like going outside because I'm scared of going outside because I have a lot of anxiety about it, not just because of agoraphobia, but because of systemic and like bigotry related abuse or fear of those abuses. It's nice to be able to plan for going out together. You know, that solidarity thing I mentioned. It's important to reach out for help when you need it within safe bounds. To explain or try to explain what you need help with and how the person can help you, or how they might be able to help you. If you don't know how that person can help you, maybe you can even ask for help with brainstorming ways that you can become better. One portion of like cognitive behavioral therapy, or even just trying to get out of learned helplessness, is exposure therapy. If you're exposed to something that will usually make you upset, like I was talking about with facing negative thoughts that will usually send you down thought spirals, in order to train yourself to combat them, it's important to have someone who can help you with, say, aftercare after such a hard endeavor. Or in the face of, say, exposure therapy with something physical, like for me, taking public transportation, it's helpful to have someone go on public transportation with me. By the same measure, I suppose you should try to figure out what you need, or the realm of the help that you want, and ask people that may be able to help with that. If there aren't people who have that expertise or don't have the time, then you should try to look for tools to have that. I'm sure that there are Discord groups, Reddit groups, and like support groups that may be able to help you with that. You just have to be able to and willing to search for them. And of course, if you're willing but not able, asking someone for help with those things is good. If you have a caregiver, or a friend that doesn't have as much anxiety making phone calls, for example, or who is better at doing online research than you, that's a good place to start. So I feel like it's okay to need help, and also knowing how to take care of yourself. How do you strike the balance, and how do you know when you're becoming too helpless? Damn, that's a really good question, Vince. Let's see. The balance is going to be different for everyone. I think that it's going to take a lot to recognize that something that you may be comfortable in may not be healthy. And the easiest way to figure out if something is not healthy is if you're getting diminishing returns on it, or if it's a standard of self-care that you feel that you're not meeting compared to your peers. Sometimes your peers don't necessarily need to be someone just the same age as you. Sometimes your peers can be, say, someone of the same gender as you, someone who has the same particular struggles as you, someone who may have some of the same triggers as you. Not to say that you should be overly comparing yourself to others, but it may be a good place to start to say, hey, I want to learn how to be less sex repulsed. And I know other people who deal with sex repulsion, but are less sex repulsed than me. What is their level of sex repulsion, and what is mine? What's the gap between us, and how much do I want to close that gap? Is one example. I suppose also part of finding that balance is something that you can reasonably keep up. This is where spoon theory comes into play. If, as a disabled or neurodivergent person, you do not have the spoons every day to wash the dishes, shower or take a bath, brush your teeth, and I don't know, work on some art that you've been meaning to do, then it's important to try to figure out a schedule for that sort of stuff. So if you know that under the circumstances of someone who might be more neurotypical, they might be able to do all those things in a day, but you cannot, recognizing your limit is important, and not pushing yourself too hard. So in that case, you might go okay, what is the absolute maximum I can do in a day without breaking? Okay, of that, how much do I absolutely need to do every day? Do I need to wash dishes every day? Do I need to shower every day? Maybe I shower every other day. Maybe I shower and wash dishes on alternating days. Stuff like that. How do you know when you're becoming too helpless? Sometimes it can be useful to compare how much help you needed in your past, how much help you needed now, how much help you need now. That the help you need now may not be something that you can change holistically. It may just be something that has changed for you. Maybe you don't have as many spoons in a day to do as much as you used to be able to do, for example. Thinking back to the last lesson and how the self isn't just embodied by how you see you, but how others see you. You can also ask your friends and your family, "Hey, have I been asking more of you lately?" Also, if you're gonna ask a question like that, make sure to also communicate the understanding of, not in the sense of being a burden. I'm trying to track how much I'm asking of people and how much help that I need or how much help I've been asking for. This can also relate to burnout. If you're experiencing burnout, for example, someone experiencing autistic burnout, you may generally have been able to keep up with a bunch of your responsibilities and it's been fine, but lately, for like the last month or so, you haven't been able to be in as many voice calls with friends, for example, even though that's not necessarily something that is usually classified as like a responsibility. It's something that you like to do and you do often. If you find yourself not being able to be in voice calls as much, or conversely, being in voice calls just to do simple tasks that you didn't always need someone there for you for, then that may be a sign that your helplessness level is increasing. Of course, it's going to be different for everyone, though. Thank you, Drizzle. I'm very willing, but extremely unable. I totally understand that feeling. When you're open to doing things, but you don't know how to start. I think, actually, I don't know how much this gets talked about on like social media or whatever, but like being able to Google search is also a skill. Being able to look for resources is also a skill. Being able to cross-reference is also a skill. Those might be good lessons to teach in the future. General quote-unquote adulting courses or something. So don't feel too bad if you don't have the certain skills right now. Also, in terms of trying to get out of the proverbial hole of learned helplessness, asking someone that you're asking for help to walk you through how they're doing the thing you need help with can give you insight on how to do it, or at the very least can help you understand the like spoon burden it may be putting on them, and may help you start to understand how much that might be for you. I'm like very sure I'm suffering from autistic burnout, and it's been going on, I think, for a past number of years. It's gotten worse over time in Meat Space. That's totally relatable, and I think that it is counterintuitive for a lot of people's experience of burnout, or maybe more neurotypical people's experience of burnout, specifically because people are like, "Oh, I take X amount of time off and I'm better." But when your general modus operandi is doing things and pushing yourself really really hard, it can then become scary to go back to that. And in that case, fighting against burnout isn't simply taking a rest, it's forming strategies to not push yourself as hard anymore. I don't think I'm in autistic burnout anymore, but that's also why I work so hard, because I fear of it happening again. But that fear can also be a double-edged sword, because it might also be encouraging me to push myself so hard that I'll burn out again. I'm trying to be aware of that, but it's difficult. I hope this helped everybody, and I hope that the next lesson helps you too. Next lesson. Active cute. Being seen, making space. I hope that was a good class. I hope you got a lot of it. Fun fact, that was 43 slides. And I'm definitely gonna need to take a break in a little bit, because I'm starting to get hungry and my throat is a little sore from talking so damn much. But I promise I had a lot of fun. It was very insightful for me too. Not this course, or not this class, but I think, sorry, not the next class, but I think the class after that is when another bite might sub in for me. But we'll let you know next week. Whew. So when I come back from break, Chicory, A Colorful Tale is what I'll be playing. I'll be starting from wherever I was before, as opposed to starting from the beginning, even though it's been like over a year since I did it. Gosh, I'm gonna need to eat, hydrate, drink tea, and change. Oh boy. I'm just checking thingies. Will be something that I don't want to check when I'm on break, because it feels like work if I'm checking my email on my break. I don't know if it feels the same to y'all. Feels that way to me. I didn't say the word Kawaii Chaos one time so far during stream. This is Kawaii Chaos. Just FYI. I was able to realize stuff about us and Issy while the lesson was going on. Very good. How did you get Chicory today? Because I saw you got it just today. I didn't want to buy it, but I kind of felt like I had to, because even though I hadn't budgeted for it, I had a friend that I'm game sharing with, and I asked her if they could be offline or whatever for me to play it at a certain time, but they didn't respond like in a timely manner from what I needed. But it was a last minute question, so it's not their fault. And so I felt that it was pertinent of me to buy it so that I didn't end up putting my foot in my mouth and with having a thumbnail saying I was going to play a certain game if I could not play a certain game. It's probably gonna suck for me later if I go over my budget this month. But we'll see. Or I suppose next month is what I'm actually worried about. Because next month is when we're actually gonna be paying our rigger. So that's what I'm mostly worried about. But you know, you do what you can. And Chicory is also an important game for us because it's about being an artist, and I need to finish it, or we need to finish it so that we can work on our beginner's guide essay, because we really want to finish it before October finishes, sooner if we can, because we really want to get back to doing Fluff by Presents again, and we've kind of been dragging our feet on it, though we have been working a fuck ton, but we've been doing so many other things because, well, a little bit of Learn Helplessness. The last one didn't do as well as we had hoped, and then also YouTube decided to basically make it not visible. Oh, thank you for the tip. That'll definitely be helpful. Whew, less fear, more piss. Something. Oh, right. We've been dragging our feet on Flood by Presents, partially because of Learn Helplessness, because most people can't actually watch our last Flood by Presents anymore. It got copyright blocked in like every region, but not for like a month or more after we had posted it, so we didn't notice. So that kind of made us feel really sad. And although, oh no, actually we are talking about anime in that video. We just felt like anything we did, yeah, this is definitely Learn Helplessness. We felt like no matter what we did, we would get punished, or it wouldn't do as well, or it wouldn't be visible. But we're trying to shake that, especially because we are leaning more into video game essays than anime essays, that we still want to do anime essays, but we had like a lot of anime essays that we wanted to do, so just like pausing any Fluff by Presents just felt better than being disappointed by carrying them out and then bad stuff happening. We are thinking of reposting the last Fluff by Presents on a different website. The only website that seems pertinent to post it on, that probably won't get copyright struck on, or copyright blocked on, is not a website that it's a website we feel really apprehensive about posting to, but we might start posting there as well, especially to have a second online copy of it, you know? But we'll see. How did you even know that I wanted it? Oh, was it that you saw it was in the game store? Oh, sorry, it was the game store. You saw it was on my wish list, but also that we were supposed to stream it today? Regardless, thank you. For a second, I was wondering why it came up on screen. I was like, oh right, because of the Twitch integration. So that's actually the thank you actually posted in the Twitch chat. So yeah, that's a reminder, everybody. If you tip us, even on a YouTube stream, we will see it. Okay, I will now go on break. I may or may not be the one playing Chicory though. It may be me or it may be Thorn. You'll just have to find out when we come back. Thank you!
you
Okay, so the buttons for that thingy are broken. But not Drizzle's model. Sorry, my stomach hurts. And I have no idea why. And nice meal. Just give me a second. Oh, that's why we aren't in the Discord BC thingy. That fits it. There we go. Alright. Did they make children's toothpaste for adults? You know, in like adult flavors? Like whiskey? And cum? Cause that'll be really interesting. Like, toothpaste you can swallow. I mean, I guess technically you can swallow all toothpaste, but like, toothpaste that tastes good, that you can swallow. I just brushed my teeth. So, gonna play Chicory, a colorful tale. This is technically like the third installment of this playthrough. Is just, you know, a year apart. Don't think about it too hard. I know I won't. Alright, I'm Thornbite. Me and Drizzle used to be one fluff, but not anymore. Not that that's particularly important. Oh boy. Okay, feeling a little better now. Feeling a little better now. Oh my god, Half-Life Alex is half off. That's like kind of ironic. Half-Life half off. Finji. Gosh, it's been so long. A game by Greg, Alexis, Lena, M, Madeline, and friends. All right, this is like there's 2 players. I can also paint with my pen, which is cool. Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Chapter 3. Portraits of Chicory. If I should go back and talk to Chicory about this. It seems like a lot. I mean, I totally have this under control. But maybe she could tell me, what's going on. Powered up! Your bond with the brush. Whole beat of swimming your paint. Yo, like a fucking Squid Kid? I'm a squid kid. I'm a squid now. I'm a kid now. I'm a squid now. I'm a kid now. I can't swim in darkness. Alright, I can like... I'm paying with my pen right now. Not gonna lie, I kinda forgot how to play this. Just a little bit. I do like that I get to wear a cloak. There we go. Oh. The things that I color are the colors of my outfit and fur. Fun artist game. Apparently this game is really short if you don't paint everything. So I guess this has been really long for? We probably could have beaten it already otherwise. Apparently it's only like 11 hours. Okay, I'm satisfied. Oh boy. Okay, not everything gets the same colors. It's interesting relearning. 'Cause like... it's kind of cool. It's like coming back to art after a hiatus. Certain things are second nature, but not everything is. The music's also really good. I can kind of lose myself in it. Alright, I can do that. I can fill stuff in. And it stays filled in within the lines. I like coloring things, okay? People say, oh yeah, I love adult coloring books. And it's like, this is the best coloring book, adult or otherwise. Fill. I love the sound it makes. It's like all gelatinous. It's like... there we go. It's like I'm choosing the mood of the scene as I walk in. And I don't always get the colors that I would normally use, or that I would think to use. I like the thought of limitations. Slim. Squid Kid, Squid Kid. Oh, and that also gives me the, for more areas, I now am going to want to color everything. Fill. Fill of the future. Gosh, I haven't thought about that show in a while. I was about to call it anime. My least favorite anime, Fill of the Future. art. There we go. Wait, what? It is interesting not knowing where I'm going at first. Until I paint it. You got Wielder's Wrap. Oh, it's a headpiece. Oh, I can dress just like Chicory if I want. The brush is kind of like Excalibur. It's like a chosen weapon type of deal. But Chicory threw it away, and we were a janitor. And we were a janitor in Chicory's art studio specifically because we love Chicory's art. Oh, I can actually make the trees green. Tree green. Blue-ish green. Evergreen? Oh, what is that? Cyan? I feel like this is cyan. It's cyanish? Cyanish. And this patch can be orange. Because why not? But yeah, the brush wielder is like becomes famous basically. I mean, not just because like it's so amazing that they are the one that gets chosen, but also, or they're assumed to be chosen. You're assumed to be important because you're the wielder. Some people train in like art school their entire lives for the opportunity to maybe be chosen. And we were just in the right place at the right time. Kind of like going viral. It's not really a situation you can recreate. Whoa. Oh. I go through the vine. Alright, I can call home. Go home and get him what to do next? Yes, please, Mom and Dad, help me. Hello. It's me, Mom. Lemon Squire. Is everything okay? You explain the whole situation to Mom. I can't color Mom's background. I think I can color Mom though. Yep. Mom sure is colored. Lemon Squire, how'd you get into these situations? Well, if you're asking me, you should go speak to Chicory in luncheon. She must know more about what's going on than she's told you. She seems like the type to keep secrets. Be careful with someone like that, Lemon Squire. I hope that helps. It's always good to hear from you, Lemon Squire. Remember, your mom loves you very much. Wow, this must be a power fantasy. Having a loving mother? Wild. I'm in Potluck. There's a lot of food themed stuff, if you can tell. Oh, there's the art school. Oh, I didn't even fully color the art school. Oh, that's that bitch that hates me. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't call her a bitch just because she hates me. That's that person who hates me. Oh, I can't talk to my sister or the person who hates me. I can only talk to the teacher. Want to take a class with us? Alright. Ahem. Take your places, everyone. Welcome back, Lemon Squire. I'm so glad you could join us for another class. We're all thrilled. Take a look at this classic painting. Here in the garden, by Quindom. I want you to recreate it. And perhaps adapt it to your own style. Get to it. Oh, thank goodness they actually have it in the thingy though. I was like, if I was to have to do it by memory, it was gonna suck. Oh boy. The thing about these classes is that I'm pretty sure no matter what I draw, like, I am considered to be really good, but it's because of my station, you know? It's because of my position. Otherwise, I would probably get more critiques, but since I'm the brush wielder, I must be, like, very insightful. Oh wait, no, that's... I want to do a normal. Recreate a classic. I want to have it be thinner. But I don't get to have a fine tip thingy. I wonder if that's purposeful too. Didn't expect to be drawing today. Recreate my own style, right? Looks like a fucking skull. Death to the classics. Oh, wait, no, maybe not that. There's not autofill tool. Which means I should probably fill in the eyeballs first before adding the pupils. this is more limitations than MS Paint. Which is a weird feeling. Man, it's like I wish I could resize it. I wish I had so many more tools that I usually have at my disposal. Definitely a close-up. I'm curious on how other people are able to recreate this or not. Maybe it's supposed to, like, expose you to your sense of, like, not being able to, quote-unquote, do it justice. I'm being reminded of, what was it? It's something we heard CJ the Ed say in a video relatively recently, but it's not something that, but it's not an idea that he invented. It was just more like an art-related thing. Like actually, I think maybe it was partially Dan Harmon too. That like, when you're first getting into art, when you're first getting into doing art yourself, you tend to have really like developed taste for what's good, because you probably got into art because you like other artists, and so you look at your work and you know it's not up to scuff, but you just started, so of course that's the way it is. But you get really frustrated with your own work, and a lot of people don't continue precisely because they don't like to look at this work that they did that is not at all similar. Maybe I shouldn't say not at all similar, but like the differences are just so stark that it can be very upsetting and shit, kind of humiliating. And it's getting past that phase and developing your own style and just getting better through doing, that you get to the point that you either don't care or you're not constantly comparing it, and eventually your skill catches up with your taste. But you can never get to that point unless you keep doing it. This part is the pocket. If I had scaled it down, I may have been able to recreate it a lot better. But the thing is, and the thing that I'm obsessing over a little bit, and why I'm thinking so much of the like idea that I was just talking about, was that I can't do line work like the picture that is my reference. And I'm sure because of like the game itself and who made it or whatever, my assumption is that it's very purposeful, right? Because all I'm thinking is, if only my lines weren't so fat. But even if I could do like pencil, I would still struggle knowing what we know about like our own skill. Especially like the sound of the paint and the colors, and then we can't do it monochromatic. Like, it makes me feel like I am a child trying to recreate this. It's like I'm finger painting. It's like I'm trying to recreate a Picasso painting with finger paint. I think part of the point of this game is to generally make people feel like they would if they were a kid drawing, where you wouldn't be so where you generally wouldn't be so caught up with that part. Ironically, I was gonna be like, but I shouldn't leave that much white space. But the painting itself has white space. Oh, I forgot to give him a nose. I don't like that nose. That's better. I think I draw a little bit of flowers. Flowers. I guess a smock could have been smaller. I guess I could still make it smaller. If I just do... let's say smock. The overalls. But I can't erase it. Oh wait, can I? Brush styles. Yeah, no, none of that will help. I guess I'm done. Alright, brushes down now. Let's see how we did. Is that what it looks like to you? It's like we're right there in the garden. Hello, Mr. Farmer. The essential essence is here. You can feel the space on top. I like how you use just a touch of light green. The shapes are diverse. There's a lot to take in. It's really interesting, Lemon Square. I wouldn't have thought to take it that way. Okay, that's it for now. Your piece will be in the 11Z's Master Gallery, Lemon Square. The curator there will be very excited to see it. You should all pay the 11Z's Gallery a visit sometime. And keep practicing. Well, can't forget to paint the houses. Right, they react to the thingies because I'm technically doing it in real time because, like, it's that all the painting is diegetic. We heard you fixed the Wielder Temple. Good stuff. But we noticed it's still a bit spooky. Is that gonna go away? I'm not sure. Well, I guess it's fun, spooky museum now. Oh yeah, I made that donut. We made that donut? Being plural is confusing. Blah. Oh wait, I think I just went in a circle. Yep. Oh. The water won't stay painted. I forgot that was a thing. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. I can't color the water, but I can color everything else. Almost forgot this little house. This is the first time we played this game in this time zone that we're in. You ask me, potluck's the best place in picnic. Bigger than luncheon, but not so big and noisy as diners in the north. The Academy fills the town with bright, creative kids. Around the edge of the big drink. Nothing makes me happy like listening to the waves morning and night. Oh, I colored you. Oh yeah, there's like an uncolored. Wait, what? Something is living in that tree and shaking the color out. What if I... Ha! The kitty! Sorry, a lost kid. How do I get over there? Maybe I need to get another superpower first. Okay, I can't exactly swim in it. That was a really clever way to bring my attention to it, though. That part's not connected. I feel like this game will be hard to rush through. Like, for my soul. I'm sure there's whatchamacallit? Speedruns? But I feel like I just wouldn't have it in me. Oh, excuse me. Oh wait, you're not colored. Oh wait, you're a different person. I thought I colored this place. Much better. It is fun how they react to stuff being colored around them. They're like, oh, wow. New color. Also you. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, this is great. I thought it was lavender. Sips River. keeping it to a few colors also makes it so you don't get too neurotic about it, I guess. Well, isn't that a handsome otter? I feel like it's an otter. Oh, this is so therapeutic. Potato. Well, howdy. I'm a craftsman. I love making stuff. Seriously, anything. I love a good project. I can even make you an original brush style if you want. Want to make your own brush style? Fuck yeah! Alright, I'm excited. Remember that brush styles can be made very small, so focus on large, clear details. My own brush style. My own brush style. My own brush style. It's so hard. What if? Excuse me. Okay. Be any good, but it just kind of came to me, you know? And done. It expresses your personality perfectly. Okay. That was really fun. Talk to me anytime you want to update it. Thank you, Potato. Let's see. It's definitely multifaceted, that's for sure. I don't know how useful it is, but it's artistic. I feel like this game is the exact sensibility that a lot of, like, I guess, like, boomers, like, maybe don't despise, but, like, generally have disdain for the idea that people will go through life thinking like this, about, like, everyone being unique. It being such a good thing to express yourself so widely in the world. And I think for that reason, it is a little embarrassing. In this game, I get to be a special snowflake. And I get to be, like, the specialist snowflake. But it is arbitrary that that anyone ever gets, like, so famous. Well, no, yeah, arbitrary, not always random. For some people it is random, for others it's arbitrary. Like people born into a lot of money, for example, or born into a famous family. Since this part wasn't colored, I'm assuming that is not the way I need to go. Running into places I haven't been. It feels like a weekend to me for some reason. Maybe it's because I'm not usually streaming. Wow. Oh. That's interesting. Hello. Carcala. If I meet someone in this game and I've never heard their name, I'm like, huh, I wonder what food that is. Oh hey, I came to check out your art here. It's amazing how much your color adds. So much energy. It's like you brought this place to life. Okay, I'm in 11sies now. Gosh, everyone's so adorable. Oh wait. I do not know how to get that present. Ow. One thing that breaks stuff. Doesn't really jettison me anywhere. Happy foothills. I know I'm going the right way. But how do I get down? Well, question answered. It's like the music's competing. That's pretty cool too. Blah. 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 Shit, did I go in a circle again? I did, I'm back in potluck. I think I'm supposed to go to luncheon? To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Down and to the right. It's not even that big a place either. You can tell where we spent most of our time. Okay, well I guess I'll follow this way. But the worst thing it'll be is a dead end, right? I hear a kitty. I found a kid. Take some time though. What does that sound like? A maraca. It sounds like a maraca. Ooh, purple. Yeah. Now you're purple. Luncheon! I'm at luncheon. Can I get through though? You should definitely be purple. Oh, okay, I was able to make it through. Okay. Ah, it's kind of bright. Kind of hurts my eyes. Set. I love how I became Larry Bots for 2 seconds when I got up. Like, it's like, ah, yes. This is so important. The most important. Wow. Oh, wow. Fall asleep on the bench. Cutie. Oh. Chicory? I expect you to be outside and shit. Are you doing art? For yourself? Such an inspiration. It was funny because this game is named Chicory, it made me think that the main character was Chicory. I think it's even more relevant than it's not. Don't want to be too green. The capitalists might get mad. Chicory, I wanted to ask you about something. But were you painting out here? Trying to. It's all coming out terrible though. I need new ideas. Well, you could paint me? I mean, if you wanted to. Sure, okay. Really? It would be amazing. Especially if you use the brush. Oh. You don't have to. I just love your colors so much. I wanted to see them again. Wow. Okay, hand it over. Feels feels strange to hold this again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Quit skirming around. Oh, and take off your hat. How are you feeling? I'm not used to being looked at like this. I'm just trying to get it right. But I'll still probably find a way to mess up. As long as you draw it, I'll love it. What's your favorite color? Oh, so many colors! So many colors! Green. Oh, okay. I wish I was like you, Chicory. Content warning! Self-hate! To skip, press pause, like hit skip cutscene. I wouldn't dream of it. Why? I care too much about what everyone thinks. I don't even know how to decide things for myself. I'm just boring. When you gave me the brush, I felt like a real person for the first time. I want to actually be worthy of it. Like you are. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of a trash fire. But you probably shouldn't look up to me. I'd much rather be boring. Okay. I think I'm done with it. But I can't show it to you. Unless you draw me too. Huh? I can't do that! It's only fair, come on. Ah, but... Okay. It's only fair. Okay. It's fine. It's not like anyone's watching anyway. Tiny bit of a mouth. I'm not crying, you are. We're doing an art trade. Oh my god, we're doing an art trade. never get popular. Someone's gonna make fun of me for this. But I actually kind of like it. Any details I missed? I mean, it's the cloak. Oh, there's like... Okay, this is weird because this is better than I thought. I can tell that it's supposed to be Chicory. Alright. Done. Okay. Now let's show them. Ha! But yours is so good. Aw. Thanks, Lemon Square. You really like it? Of course. Thank you. I almost can't believe it. You got Chicory's portrait. Sorry the colors are so random. And the line work is sloppy. Chicory, what do you mean? It's wonderful, thank you so much! Wait a second. Were these spooky trees here before? Whoa. They're spreading fast. Faster than I thought. If it's too much for you to deal with, I can handle it. As long as you believe in me, Chicory, I can handle anything. Okay. The nearest corruption is in Gulp Swamp. Good luck, Lemon Square. Muse. That's awesome. Just got back from going to my mutual aid group for the first time in like a year. Hope you're doing good, Thorn. This was my first time playing this game in like a year. And I've drawn more today than I've drawn in the last month. So that's a good sign. I have no idea where Gulp Swamp is. One of these directions. These canvases got wiped too. I could fill it in at the Public Art Academy. How'd your mutual aid group go? Hope it wasn't too awkward. Since you know it was a year and all. Wait, can I color the clouds? I can't color the clouds! Ooh. I guess I can also color the sky? is my house. Maybe the other way then? So I see Chicory slightly less depressed. Same. It went okay. It's always a little awkward to hang with the activism group functionally the first time. I got some orientation zines for me and my mom though. Oh, I hope they're informative. Pickle. So you're really doing it, huh? Doing what? Being the wielder. I thought it was a joke at first. Well, it's not. Okay, that's cool. But like, when's my turn? So does it mean Chicory won't paint anymore? I don't know. Not the answer I wanted. Yeah, I'm not Chicory, so I can't tell you. Good morning. Sorry, I got from a nap. It really helped with my anxieties and tiredness. I wish I didn't have to get up though, or the time didn't exist. Hi Thor, happy to see you again. I mean, there's some good things about time. Like that we can share time together, right? Time is just a measurement of data. A measurement of data that we can perceive. I know it's an abstract concept to say time didn't exist, or what time did not exist, but I guess in a more like observable way, like our reality will be completely different, right? A moment is valuable because it passed and that we lived in it. Though I suppose that's the same thing for like moments that we wish didn't happen, right? That they're scary because we lived it. And they can never come back, or they can never go away, rather. Even though they go far away. Like, some of the worst days of our lives are over 365 days behind us. And we don't think about it as much. Now it feels like backstory. Like Uncle Ben dying. It's important, but it's it's not the only thing. I'm glad we can keep sharing memories together. I think I have a better rephrasing. I wish I had more time here in this house by myself, because my family is gonna come home soonish. So thank you for sharing this time with me. You're welcome. I'm glad you get to have some alone time and you don't have to worry about interacting with your family or the expectations they put on you. Hey, it's Lemon, and I'm Lemon Squire. Things are just getting worse all the time. I'm trying to calm down about it, but these horrible trees are sprouting closer and closer to me. What am I supposed to do about that? Nobody's taking any of this seriously as they should. First the color wipe, now spooky trees. It's like everything is crashing down around us. Luncheon was supposed to be a safe place. I keep telling myself it's gonna be okay. It's hard to make myself believe it. Wow, this reminds me of a certain puppy. I wonder how that pup is doing, actually. I miss them. Someone can't know you miss them unless you tell them. Just a reminder, tell your loved ones you love them today. And that you miss them if you don't get to see them a lot. Just a thought. Lemon is very relatable. Supper Woods. Whoa. Is any music gonna come up here? Do you have the opportunity to reach out to them and tell them you miss them? I mean, I will. I always have the opportunity. I should be doing it more, I guess. Or I guess we should. I've been frying a little bit more here and there lately. Especially because I'm wanting to finish my essay. I'll make sure to do it after stream. Yum cave. Oh. This thing I thought was darkness was actually just not illuminated. It's funny that the world can be like that. A page, a canvas. Everything's a canvas, really. Hey, look, a present. Maybe this one? get some stuck there. I tried. The world is your canvas, and you can paint however you want, with whatever things you want to paint it with. Well, kind of. I mean, in the realm of the game, only kind of. I only get a certain amount of colors each area. Like 4 at most. So, I was doing a head count, and I've got more kids than I started with. I don't know where from, but I can't just throw them out. So I'll take care of them myself. At least till other folks show up. With all the new kids, I decided to clean the house out a bit. Don't even know what to do with all this old crud. Do you maybe want some? Least I can do for you finding those poor kids. You could put some stuff in your house, or wherever you want, actually. I ain't the cops. If one of these sets catches your eye, let me know. So many kiddos. I thought you could change your palette. I could change the colors that I am. I thought I could change my palette too. But yeah, depending on what area of the map I'm on, the colors I can use changes. Yeah. I tried painting them and unpainting them, and they wouldn't shrink. I don't know why. It might have to do with something else. It may be a part of a mechanic I'm not remembering. Whoa. Gosh, I thought it was soft locked. Oh, spooky set, sweet set, and camp set. Did you want to take that spooky set? Yup. Okay, it's yours. You got it, spooky set. If you want to place those, press start from the start menu. And that's as the decor mode of the collector screen. Alright, I'll be watching the kids inside. If you find 3 more, I'll move more stuff out. Well, I thought that they were light-based growing too, but when I colored the light or uncolored the light, it didn't seem to change. But I also don't know if that's even where I need it to be, so I'm not really like annoyed or anything. I'm in supper woods again. Oh. That's useful. Wait, I can color stuff? Like... That's interesting. Lost Kid Daycare. My house. Brew path. Double tunnel. Massive gallery. Bench. Welder. Tunnel. Rolling swamp. Brew path. Maybe I want to go to brew path. But since I'm in a place that I haven't colored, I did uncolor the mushrooms themselves. That's the first thing I did. I'm hungry for flan. All this gelatinous noise. Fall colors. Oi! Those colors. They're so tough. I love them. You really did a bang up job. I gotta thank you. Brum count. Why not? Yeah. Hope you love that hat. As much as I love these tough colors. Thanks again. You're welcome. Oh, how kind of you to color my home. Oh, but, it's really not very balanced. I'd like to see an additional color. Oh my! What a wonderfully balanced set of colors. Thank you for meeting my specifications. It's quite a lovely job. You're very welcome, Pumpernickel. More people should name their kids after food. More people should name themselves after food. This couple seems very cute. We've been hearing so much about you, Lemon Squire. Yeah, I've first I thought it was weird that you'd be the wielder, but now it's kinda cool. Our neighbor is the wielder, wowee. And you're talking to us. It's like we're famous. What P means is that we're happy for you. Have you found yourself settling into a style? Or are you still experimenting? It's good to mix things up, even when you're comfortable. Psh. You should just find the best art style and do that. If I was the wielder, it'd be easy. And it's okay that you don't know, Issy. You don't have to solve all of my inquiries. I do know you like to solve problems with your extra observantness, though. So I hope you don't feel bad. Ironically, this has reminded me how much I like to be how much I like being a streamer. I mean, it's just another kind of art. But ironically, by streaming on YouTube, I'm not as worried about numbers as I usually do. It's back to basics in a way. Well, I mean, kind of. When we first started, we definitely cared more about numbers than I care right now about how many people are watching us on YouTube. If that makes sense. And you're very welcome. Oh, hi. Pistachio. Oh, hi. I love it here. I was just out for a wander, but I had to stop and rest when I saw this pretty spot. You colored it, right? You did great. You colored it, right? You did great. Thanks so much. Oh, and by the way, I want to pass along a friendly tip. If you place seeds from your decor anywhere in the world, wanderers like me will probably show up there. Could be neat to, could be a neat way to make friends, you know? See you around. I can't squeeze through the trees. Yep, I am definitely alright. Oh. Or uncolor. Nibble tunnel. But I want... Oh, I'll come out the other part of Nibble Tunnel and I can go Brew Path, I think. Nibble, nibble, nibble. I wonder how this game hits for people who don't have, the color sense thing. I forgot the name of it. Synesthesia. Cause it's a weird feeling. It's a weird enough feeling already to walk into a place and be able to color it like my mood, but then to have only certain colors I can choose from. also feels interesting. It's like I have a limited emotional range, and it dictates how I feel about any area. But I still get to make my own expression of how I feel about that area with the colors that I'm using. I mean, I guess literally anyone can have that, but because of how like the music affects my mood, how the music feels, I'm probably gonna color things differently too. Now if I could only figure out how to get across. I got a flower, headband, howdy. Oh right, handkerchief. Sun hat, tinted glasses. I'll do the flower. Getting Metroidvania vibes. Okay, yeah. Want to take the color away from the crystal, the mushrooms. Unbigify. Unbigoting. They eat color. Where'd I come out? Whoa! That's a lot of ground to cover. Colorblind people. I was talking about people like me. I'm definitely not colorblind, but yeah. Synesthesia is interesting. Now the question is, how do I get down? There we go. Diners this way. Fill it with color. Fill. Taking the high road. What's this? Yum cave. Supper was... Huh. It is interesting being like, what were we thinking coloring this part a year ago? Because some stuff we definitely rushed through. But we didn't know that we could autofill the whole time when we were first playing. Definitely interesting coming back to it. I am getting to a part of the map that we didn't spend a whole lot of time in. a chance I'm going the right way. It hasn't felt that long for you? That's interesting. I mean, we think about this game from time to time, but yeah. If it hasn't been a year, it's been just short of one. I'm pretty sure it was the summer when we were playing it before. We definitely haven't played any time this year, and that's 7 months right there. If anyone wants to Google it and find out when it came out, I can tell you the last time we played it would have been within a month of it first coming out. I think it came out in June or July, maybe August. How long does it feel like for you? I mean, for me, it also feels a lifetime ago because, you know. It was before our split, I'm pretty sure. Came out in June, so yeah, just over a year. It definitely feels summery. I don't know, COVID completely destroyed my sense of time. Fair. So up here shouldn't be colored at all. Not one lickety split. That's a cave I've never seen before? Huh, there's a present there I've never seen. Hey, look, a gift. You got a gnome hat. I'll put it away for now. We spent a lot of time inside before COVID hit. So it hasn't affected our sense of time as severely as some other people. Outside is still a concept we're getting used to. That's fascinating. Because I've been somewhat over here. But I don't know how to get that present. I guess time already feels weird when you spend most of your time on the internet too. I don't know if you spend most of your time on the internet, Specky. I know you spend at least some of it. And being on your computer doesn't always necessitate being online, even if you are online. Like if you're playing video games or something. Okay, what's in here? As scary as spiders can be. That was a cute noise. That was as scary as spiders can be. I'm pretty sure it's not the boss. Much scribbles. Depending on the colors of these, it says something different. All I can say. It could just be cycling. It had nothing to do with the things I'm changing. Yeah, it probably doesn't have anything to do with the things I'm changing. Scream. Okay, other way. That was a nice distraction, though. Now I'm paying more attention to the buzzing of the bugs. Hey, look. The gift. Lots of ears. I'm a furry girl in a furry world. It's fantastic. Made of magic. You can brush my tail. Won't it all be swell? Isn't there gonna be like a Barbie movie or something? Oh, I see some of the creepy trees. So I might be on the right track. Whop, 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 whop. Huh, 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 whop. Farts. Hope next week I have more time to play this. Hopefully next week we will be ready sooner. Since it's colored, I already know I've been in here though. Okay, if I uncolor it, it'll shrink, but only if I also uncolor the lights around it. Hey, Lily. Hope you're feeling colorful this morning. Gosh, if you're up, it must be pretty late for me. Or at least getting there. How'd I get... Yeah, I found round glasses. Oh, that's not our way out. I'm a squid kid. Encroaching havoc. So many colors. I got a scar. Okay, I need to go a little bit more left. Down. So much color! Okay, if it's not where this tree is, which I'm pretty sure it's not, but if it ends up not being close by, I'll call mommy and ask if she knows where to go. Oh, I can go up there though. Tree stumps, color the tree stumps. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. They have little faces. They have little faces. They're in pain. They're in pain. Except for this one. This one's happy. Oh. Okay. Whoa. Blah. Blah. square glasses. Clothing curious. Do I go over there? Oh. You got a brush style. That was a pretty big deal. There are colors here, so I've already done something here, right? Yep. Oh. Yeah, I can't color the tree. Okay. Oh hey, I came to check out your art here. It's amazing how much your color adds. So much energy. It's like you brought this whole place to life. Go home and get a hell on what to do next. Yes. Hello. Hey Mom. Oh, Lemon Square. Is everything okay? You explain your whole situation to Mom. Oh, that's interesting. Well, in your situation, you should go to Gulp Swamp in the south. Scary things have been growing there too. Doesn't it seem like there are problems everywhere these days? Don't forget, you can swim and paint too with B. I think that's a good idea. It was sweet of you to call, Miss Squire. Good luck out there. Oh, hang on. Your dad wants to talk to you. You know how he likes to give away the answer sometimes. Do you want to hear it? Yeah. Alright, 1 second. Finally got my turn on the phone, yeah. So here's the deal. To get to the swamp, go to Lunch and Cafe, and then go 1 screen down and 1 screen left, then 1 down. And don't forget you can use B to swim and paint. That way, you can squeeze between trees and ride inside vines and stuff. There's a phone booth in the swamp somewhere too. If you get lost, call us when you get there. I'll give you specific directions. Makes sense now? Yeah, you got this. Love ya. Damn. Dad's a baller. Thank you. Down, left, down. Huh. Okay. Oh, it really literally says Gulp Swamp. How did I miss that? Luncheon, Gulp Swamp. Maybe it was left down left. I love how a game knows not to recolor the treetops. Oh, there's another old brush wielder. One who's, quite critical of my being a wielder and, stuff. No, you can say orange. Hey, Blackberry. Oh, Blackberry, hi. You don't need to say anything to me. I know everything that happened. And while I don't approve of Chicory's choices, it's no longer my place to decide what happens to the brush. Well, what are you doing here? Investigating. This place has been corrupted as well, and I'm trying to understand just to what extent my student has failed everyone. You're saying it's all Chicory's fault? All of these corruptions happened while the brush was Chicory's. It was her responsibility to deal with them, before shoving the brush off onto someone else. Did you have to deal with things like this? Of course. Though, perhaps never quite so serious. So you're being unfair to her. No, it means you should have taken extra care not to leave such a trial for a fresh new wielder. If there's such a problem with Chicory, then why'd you give her the brush in the first place? She's exceptional talent. It's not that I don't believe in her. It's that I expected more, and I'm disappointed. Tell me, what do you think of my pupil? You're wrong about Chicory. I think she's had a hard time, but she's not a bad person. She's doing the best she can, and I'm here to help her. Well, she's lucky to have you. There's so much about her I don't understand. Please be careful. That's all I can say. Gulp Swamp! I understand Blackberry's perspective too. Sometimes I hate that I can understand other people's perspectives so well. I'd rather just hate them. But hating people takes so much passion. It's not that I don't have it in me. It's just that I'd rather use my passion on other things. It's surprising that Lemon Square would be able to have those dialogue options, considering how much they idolized Chicory in the beginning. I think it's very interesting, but I think it makes sense because I'm able to glean a lot more from Chicory at this point. Already makes me curious about what I would do for a second playthrough. I think it actually shows growth, you know? I mean, we've idolized people too that we don't idolize anymore. It's so easy to define someone's like personality by their art, because if you really like their art, then you're gonna tend to think that they are like a worthwhile person to know, or that you would agree on things. And of course, it's not always the case. If anything, it's seldom the case. It's a weird feeling to meet someone that you hold in such high regard and then realize, oh wait, your skill does not define the rest of you. Although in Chicory versus Lemon Square's case, they do have a lot in common. They don't believe in themselves, despite their different levels of skill, I suppose. Chicory is a gifted kid, given too much responsibility too early on. I honestly do understand a little, I think, too. I think I use my passionate rage to help me not forget and not let the abuse in my life just stand. Helps me remember my worth. It can be hard to remember your worth. It can be pretty challenging for us sometimes. Gardner? Wait, that doesn't mean we'll land on the water, does it? I guess I'll find out. While it's boring, it doesn't seem to be a lost state, so... Leafy. Oh yeah, the Cuteness coat, black dress, big star. I do like the wilder cloak though. I think it also relates to Chicory too, and being gifted in some ways and having lots of pressure and responsibilities put on me as a kid and throughout life. Yeah, sometimes it feels like it's gonna be so much fun. You know, responsibility just stack up and up and up. And you thought you were gonna get better at things faster. Or maybe you felt like you didn't get better at things at all. And that doesn't feel good. And then people started being disappointed in you because they had high expectations of you. Kitty. And then it starts to feel like maybe you just shouldn't have had expectations of me to begin with. At least then you wouldn't have to see those faces of disappointment. And those people who used to be so nice to you are now only disappointed. Or worse, they don't expect anything of you at all anymore. That got kind of real for me for a second. Fungos. It's okay when things get real. It happens. Armadillo Bart. Wet sounds. Love them. I should probably sit up more. Found the fucking tree. Dad told me about. What's your favorite wet sound? I'm not sure. Maybe a gulp? Gulps are pretty good. I like it when things are swallowed. Slurping is also nice. God, I don't believe it. Slurping is nice. It's funny because I should be trained to not like slurping because so many people growing up did not like slurping sounds and made us very aware of how many slurping sounds we made. But I guess it's not a surprise because there's so many different things that people will tell you that they don't like. And you won't mind, you won't think anything of it. And then maybe later on you figure out, wait, I actually do like that sound though. So it's actually not that weird. Yeah, swallowing is great. You would say that. But definitely invited. I like all sorts of swallowing sounds. I always found it really funny when someone goes like they're really worried. Damn, now I don't want to play Lady Killer in a bind. Slutty thoughts, slutty thoughts, slutty thoughts. I see you, kitty. Drizzle, I don't think we're gonna have the energy to play Monster Hunter when we get off the stream. I am sorry. Drizzle wants to play Monster Hunter with Snack after stream, but I don't think we're gonna have it in us. At least not immediately. And I do not know how to link it. This is the problem. The Potluck Art Academy is in charge of these. I could go there sometime to fill this out. Your name is Shroom? I love you. You don't see too many folks roaming the swamps. Nice to meet you, stranger. Do you live here? Oh yeah, all by myself. Last time someone was here must have been... It was that famous wielder, the hair. Chicory was here? Yeah, although... She was acting real strange at the time. The colors here were starting to fade, as they do when they ain't been touched up in a while. So she came here to fill them back in. Chicory always hated leaving anything blank. But something strange happened. She kept coloring stuff in, and staring at it, and then erasing it, and coloring it again. Again and again and again and again. The same spot all day. Meanwhile, the whole swamp needed color. She was getting real frustrated until she threw a fit and tossed her brush. So I asked her what the problem was, and she said she couldn't make it look right. I mean, it looked fine to me. I guess I'm not a fancy artist. She didn't say anything after that. She left. Wow. So that's a mood. Get frustrated at your own work, not being able to get to your own standards, and someone else being like, it looks fine, it's great. You don't need to you don't need to focus on this one spot. Just finish the piece. Just finish the video. just do the thing. And it's like, no, but I have to get this one part right. It's not perfect. It's not about being a fancy artist. It's about being a perfectionist. Oh, yeah, Drizzle wanted to play Monster Hunter with Snack after stream, but I was like, I don't think we'll have the energy. So what brought you here, stranger? I came here to investigate the spooky trees. Oh, gosh, are you a plant fan like me? That's great. Look at all the ones I collected here. Them spooky trees are a curiosity. They up and sprouted when all the color vanished. The wind flowing through them makes a spooky sound. And the roots, they go so deep I can't find the bottom. I tried taking some of that bark home with me, but I don't know. It felt haunted. So I tossed it. I like collecting all kinds of plants and leaves. I draw them and press them into books. Some make nice teas too. I've had some experiences. Oh, litter. Plenty of time to hunt monsters with gators. Present. Alright, I need to fill it with color. Because I can only swim in color, I can't swim in uncolored. Oh, I don't think I like clowns as much as Drizzle does. Clowns are cute, but... they're not that cool. How are you liking Chicory? I'm liking it a lot. It's reminded me of why art. And we've gotten a live. Sunday was a very why do I art sort of day. In a good way and a bad way. Which is why I was thinking of the essay again. And why I felt like I got such a kick in the pants to try to remember to enjoy it though, and not just be like, I'm playing this for an essay. Because that would be missing the point. Yes, it's relatable. Yes, it reminds me of why we're artists, or what's important about being an artist. But the point of experiencing art shouldn't just be to digest it. It's also the taste. I don't want to eat just because I'm hungry. I want to eat because I want to feel something. I hope I sound pretentious. Probably sounds like a weird thing to hope for, but... being pretentious is not necessarily a bad thing. Got it. It's time for money making time. I'm looking forward to watching the VOD. Thanks for being around, Thor. Thank you. I hope you have a good day. I hope work doesn't strain you too much. Very pretentious. I love it. No, I think I relate. I eat because it helps me feel, and it's a thing that helps me feel alive. And that there are good things to look forward to. I'm glad. Not being able to relate to anyone is scary. I'm a little lost. I don't want to call mom and dad just That was just the beginning of this jump, right? Yep. Hello. It's me, Mom. Lemon Square. I was just thinking of you. Is everything okay? You explain the whole situation to Mom in excruciating detail. Lemon Square. How do you get into these situations? Well, if you're asking me, you should find your way to the giant tree in the swamp. Whatever's going on there, there's the center of it. You have to find your way around with the vines. Don't forget you can swim in paint. At least, that's what I think. It was sweet of you to call them, Squire. Call again sometime, okay? Oh, hang on. Dad's got something to add. You know how he always has the most detailed advice. Should I put him on the phone? Yeah. Okay, here he comes. Finally got my turn on the phone. Here's what you gotta do. From this phone booth, head to the screen left. One screen. Near the top of the screen is a hidden path back to this screen. Paint the thin ground up there and swim along the water's edge. From there, you can just follow the vines. You'll eventually get all the way to the giant tree. Whoever's in there, you have to deal with it yourself, kiddo. Makes sense now? Yeah, you got this. Your mom likes it when you call. Don't be a stranger. Secret path? Daddy-o! Yeah. Nothing else so far. Had to take over for Issy. She triggered herself again, but I'm fronting, so she'll feel better soon. Oh hey Damien, haven't seen you in a while. I hope that you can come out when Issy's not triggered too. Alright, time to finish the chapter. How you enjoying existing, Damien? Yeah, like woken up inside like sometimes in the past week. I've been helping Issy and getting out a lot in headspace and her subconscious. I'm impressed with how much is in her. Well, I'm impressed with how much you can handle. So many interesting colors. I guess that's gonna be the door. Same, I'm impressed how much trauma she can handle or deal with inside her console. Oh gosh. Oh, I got sent back. That wasn't exceedingly helpful. No vines here. I'm back. Did I miss anything pretty slash depressing? I don't think I missed anything depressing. Dad helped me find the find my way to the tree. Well, now that I'm actually here, I'm kind of lost. Maybe there's a pattern I should be looking for. Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe. There's 6 spots. can color in all the spots. So maybe I need to make them match. So these same color, and then bottom right, and then these ones different colors, and then oh wait, what was the middle? Yeah. And this one, any other color? Maybe one's connected, the ones are supposed to be the same color. So I know which ones are connected pink-wise. Then that means only the top and right bottom are same color. Are connected same color-wise. So if I want to make them match. Maybe the other one's just uncolored. Yup! Puzzles be cool. Very inventive. Let's get dangerous. Lemon square. 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 I just realized it's a rabbit face. Maybe it's part of Chicory. Content warning! Hateful comments and insults towards protagonists. Let's get depressed. Chicory? What are you doing here? I made a huge mistake, Lemon Square. I should have never given you the brush. You have no talent. You're a joke. How could I be so careless? Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk. I only ever kept you around because you are my janitor. That's the only reason you got the brush. You just happened to be there. Now you think you're an artist. It's pathetic. Chicory, I can't listen to any. I said shut up! Don't speak to me. You're nothing. And I'm going to erase you. Oh shit, so I'm fighting Chicory. I'm literally fighting Chicory. Okay, not literally. Nightmare Chicory. Brush fight. I'm using my brush style. I said my favorite color is green, and they're using green. Let's say I'm using green, and Chicory's using pink, which is the other side of the color wheel. My diametric opposite. You're not the real Chicory. Me and Chicory drew each other. I don't know how to paint here again. I want to. Ah. Oh. I don't know if we had saved this from last time. I guess I will now. It won't clear it. I guess that's okay. Anyway, thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back with more Chicory next week. Don't know if we'll finish, but we'll do at least another chapter. Thanks for letting me to participate, Drizzle. I hope everyone had a good time. I think that no matter what happens, we're glad that we at least tried to make our mark. The future will be filled with happiness and sadness. And that's okay. You're welcome. And take care of yourselves, okay?